Good morning. I thank all of you for your presence, and I would like to ask those of you who are standing up if you would mind taking a seat. First of all, I would like to give you a warm welcome from the Public Health Institute to all of those who are present in the name of the director and the directive team, and we are very happy to be able to begin this conference, this scientific conference. This is a tradition in this institute as well as the national scientific community. And today we are going to begin to the 17th version of the scientific conference. Fortunately, the time is on our weather is on our side. It's not raining. And there are other occasions where we have been very cold sitting in here. So this has been great. So this year we are the driving force in science and regulation for public health is the theme this year, and we are very happy to be able to have the presence of the Minister of Health, Dr. Jimena Aguilera, Director of the Public Health Institute, Dr. Caterina Ferrecho, the Director of the Central Procurement, Mr. Jaime Espina, the Health Representative, Dr. Gonzalo Soto, the representative of the Pan American Organization of Health in Chile, Dr. Giovanni Escalante, the Director of Labor Health, Ms. Aida Chacon, the National Director of the Santo Tomas University, Mrs. Claudia Beirano. We also have the presence of deans, vice deans, and scholars from universities where they offer careers in the area of health. We also have department heads in the Ministry of Health and from the Institute of the Public Health in Chile, and ex-directors and directors from the Public Health Institute, representative from the professional associations in the health area, part of the different council, civil society of the Public Health Institute. We have representatives of the pharmaceutical industry, of medical and devices, as well as occupational injury insurance. We also have different colleagues, students, and friends. To begin today, to this activity, we are going to begin and ask Mr. Pedro Bustos, risk preventionist from the Public Health Institute, to give some important announcements so we have a great development during the day. Thank you very much. Hello. I would like to greet each of you. I am going to ask for a second of your attention, please, because we are going to talk of what we should do in case of any event or incident, how we have to evacuate. On the right-hand side of this tent, we are going to have a hallway, and that hallway is the place where we can evacuate in the best way. We will always be accompanied by the personnel from security to be able to carry this out in the calm way. And also, the area where you came in, that hallway is also going to be a second area of safety. So all of you who are together in this area in the back, that is the area where you can also evacuate. There will be personnel with a jacket of the Public Health Institute who will be available in case you have any questions. Thank you very much. To continue then, the objective of this conference, as you well know, it is a space that is unique in which we can come together with the academics and different experts and professionals who are working here at the Institute to be able to develop interest conversations that have been developed year after year. The objective of these days is to be able to have um, scientific knowledge exchange with the purpose of being able to contribute to the development of relevant scientific information with contributions that are important to our country. And we would like to generate space where we can have discussions where, and we have different specific axes that we are going to be talking about. We have, for example, zoonotic and vector infections, new challenges in human health. We have risks and emerging diseases, present and future of the occupational health. We have health and climate change, surveillance, post commercialization, surveillance, a focus for the regulation of medication. We have the Institute Forum. We have the surveillance for the and focus for the regulation of medications, innovation and development, as well as research in public health. All of these things will be presented during the next following days, in the morning and in the afternoon. The program will be developed in the main tent, in this tent that we are in right now, as well as in the auditorium that is on the fourth floor in the central building behind us. We are very happy because this year we have had a historical record. We have received a great amount of papers. We had more than 212 papers. We selected 18 of these to be able to have an oral presentation, and 94 of them will be presented in poster mode. That will be in this hallway that you came in through. And I would like to invite each of you to go through and take a look because they will be rotating due to the fact that there are so many. We will have to rotate them, and therefore there will be a permanent rotation, and we invite you to go be able to see them in a constant way. Without more ado, I'm very happy to be able to present Dr. Caterina Ferrecho, who is the director of the Public Health Institute, who will begin with a few words for the official inauguration of the scientific conference. I am very excited. I see so many well-known faces. Some of them I got to know them just recently. I have been about almost 1 year working here as of June. And so I see the faces from the Institute. We have had a very intense year, but there's also some many historical friends as Marite and others. And I'm not going to repeat all the greetings that have just been mentioned because that would be long, but there are so many people standing. Maybe you can come near and maybe there's some more chairs. So I would like to welcome all of you. I am very happy that the minister has been able to come to be with us here today. I know that her agenda is very full. We had lost hope that she would be able to make it. So we are very happy, and I hope we can take a look at all of your posters before you take them down. There are some today, and then in the afternoon we'll have different ones. So we don't want to be unfair with the different papers. And I hope that this will be such a success. And later on, I will have my formal presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. We would also like to present the Minister of Health, Dr. Jimena Aguilera, so she can share a few words with us. Good morning to each of you. Well, I am very happy to have been able to organize my schedule to be able to be here at the beginning of this event that is such a great recognition to this institute. We have seen I was looking in the hallway at the posters, and they are very interesting. They are very good. So I can't imagine how the oral presentations will be because usually the oral presentations have a level that is even superior to what we can see. And I can see that this is very well oriented according to the alignments and the requirements that we have placed for this scientific conference that we have, which is kind of like a conference. And we want to see the priorities of the development of science with the what the Institute carries out day to day. And I have a few words that I'm going to read to you now. I would like to also say that I really enjoy the title of a scientific conference, which is a driving force of science and regulation. Because when we named the director, Ms. Ferrecho, we asked that this institute could take the role back on to be a scientific advisor of the Ministry of Health. That is the role they should have, and that is the role that we expect that they can continue developing from now on. It is our honor to be here and to greet the Public Health Institute. This is key. For more than 130 years, they have been taking care of the health of all of the Chileans. This institute, in its origin as a hygiene institute, has gone through different bacteriological, then it became the Bacteriological Institute, and now it is Public Health Institute, and they have been key in the development in our country. You can see the trajectory has different milestones like the implementation of the anti-rabies vaccine, the development of Fuensalida Palacios vaccine, the production of penicillin, and recently, its crucial role with emerging diseases as antivirus, influenza, and COVID-19. The programs can show the different challenges in public health. It talks about essential things like zoonotic and vectors diseases. We also see that we are at the verge of a new pandemic. We have occupational health and also the impact of climate change, the post commercialization, surveillance or monitoring, and the development of medical devices. That, as you know, we are presenting a bill in Senate to strengthen and deliver the capability of regulating medical devices to the ISP. That is something that we have wanted to do for a very long, and this will mean better work for the full system. I would also like to highlight the third forum that strengthens the regional collaboration in the creation of a research uh, collaboration, and this is key to be able to deal with sanitary issues that go up beyond borders. The we have also a distinction to women leaders, and this will visibilize scientist women in our country. And looking forward, ISP is um, key for the future, leading surveillance in technology and in emerging issues, and this reference for the state that will promote and protect the health of the population, strengthening control through monitoring, authorization, uh, research, technological transference, among other things. And this is more relevant than ever. As world reference organizations, our ISP has to continue going forward in early detection and early answer response to threats, helping with different research programs and strengthening the information systems with monitoring and predictive focus. The commitment of this government has been to strengthen this institute so that it can continue being the scientific, technical institute that the country needs. We have people who are committed. We have high technological standards, quality, and innovation to be able to see the emerging issues that are coming up and to contribute to global health. We know that I hope you have a great, productive 3 days, and I trust that these conference will help us go forward in the different developments that we are dealing with as a country and as a region. Thank you very much for inviting me to open this time. We are going to ask for a picture for all the authorities who are present. If you could please come forward, Dr. Escalante, so a formal picture. And also, we would like to invite the ex-directors who are present, Maria Teresa. I have no doubt that everybody came out wonderful in the picture, and we will take a look at it in a few minutes. This year, uh, alongside with the picture we have taken, we wanted to highlight and distinguish women who have participated and led in scientific research. In this context, the Research Advisory Council CAI selected, evaluated, and chose two professionals of the Public Health Institute of Chile due to their notable contribution to science and research. The first person is Maria Cristina Martinez. I will tell you a little bit about her. She is biochemist. She has a degree in food safety. She is head of the microbiology of food and environment department and also reference of the ISP. She has developed her career as coordinator in areas of the laboratory and environmental health, microbiology of food and water in the health department of the metropolitan region. She is leading projects and research and coordinating different samples at a national level. She has also been the responsible researcher having to do with the agreement of the Ministry of Science that has to do with bivalve mollusks as sentinels of environmental pollution and its implications for the public health in the ecosystems of the coast marine issues. And she has also been a part with the project of genomic epidemiology as well as mobile genetic elements and antimicrobial resistance and genes of the waters and floors here in Chile. As she has also been in the Ministry of Science in 2023. She has the consumption of antimicrobians and the study of resistance profiles in the clinical and environmental areas isolated in the central from the assistance of Chile. She also has to do with agricultural areas in the metropolitan region. I would like to ask also for great applause for Maria Cristina. Our second woman is Maria Francisca Aldunate. And as she comes up, I would like to tell you a little bit about her as well. She is a pharmaceutical chemist from the Catholic University of Chile, and currently she is finalizing her studies of her master's in research methodologies in science of health in the International University of La Rioja in Spain. She also has her studies in clinical research, public health, and antimicrobial therapy and antibiotics from since 2011, and she is a part of the ISP, accumulating 13 years of experience as the head of information of medication sections in the subdepartment of pharmacovigilance in ANAMED. She is also a key point in the resistance of antimicrobial in the organization in OPS, Pan American Health Organization, and member of the coordination of consumption and resistance of antimicrobial in the ISP. Currently, Maria Francisca is president of the Network of Information Centers of Medications of Latin America and the Caribbean. So once again, we would like to give her a warm applause. So we would like to invite the director of the Public Health Institute to be able to give these distinctions to these renowned women.
We will stop for a second because the Minister of Health has to leave, unfortunately. So thank you, Minister, for being here. All right, let's continue with our program. We'd like to invite once again the director of the Public Health Institute to come to the stage and do a presentation called Public Health Institute to the Service of Public Health in Chile, Science and Regulation. Dr. Ferreccio is a renowned uh, medical surgeon of the University of Chile with a master's degree from that same university um, and a master's of public health in the Johns Hopkins University of the United States and a diploma on clinical ethics from the Catholic University of Chile. Dr. Ferreccio assumed as director of the Public Health Institute on June 3rd, 2024, and she started her degree as a general doctor in the area of Talagante in the Western Metropolitan Health Service. She coordinated the program to control the typhoid fever and also was part of the Center for Development of the Vaccine of the University of, Maryland, as well as director of the Group for the Development of the Research in Health. She was also part of the Advisory Council of COVID-19 and part of the commission that was in charge of answering to this pandemic event. She has a really significant curriculum. She is a head teacher of the Catholic University of Chile of the Faculty of Medicine. She was the subdirector of the Chronic Diseases Advanced Center and director of the program of the doctorate on epidemiology of the same university from 2020. She led a study in the effects of health and different populations and as well as the development of cancer and chronic diseases. She has made several collaboration networks with organizations and national universities as well as international universities. She's also part of the commission of the IARC. She also published more than 200 papers in the WAS index with peer review. Her research has been financed by ANID and the WHO and IARC, and she continues to have collaborations with the National Cancer Institute, the California Berkeley University, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, and the University of Maryland, in addition to the International 100 Cohort Consortium. The director will do a presentation. I ask her to come forward to the stage, and I have to give you a few tips. Once again, welcome. I will summarize what we do and what we want to do at the Institute and what are the challenges that we are facing. First, we want to put a focus on public health with equitable access to health. That's very important to us, the words access and equitable. The second aspect is health resilience. As it happened with the COVID-19, we were in the worst, but we could have been the best in handling that situation. The third aspect is that as an institute, we want to support the economic development of the country, and that would also help public health. And so that's one of the aspects that we want to focus in. The fourth aspect is to accompany biotechnology innovations. We believe Chile can be a leader in these type of developments, and we want the institute to support that, accompany them, and so that we are not interference. The fifth aspect is that we want to be recognized. When tell people about the institute, a lot of people say, "And what does this institute does?" A lot of people do not know what the institute does. So a goal we have is for people to understand what we do and what we can do and what we cannot do, our restrictions as well. And who are we talking to? First, the people, health personnel, legislators, industry, entrepreneurs, scientific scholars, and the justice systems. We want judges to understand why some medications aren't offered for the entire population so that they understand the principles of cost effectiveness, impact, etc. And therefore, maybe some of you can help me here, but the idea is for us to put all of our uh, offer, but we need the universities to train judges. And the last aspect for us and for the entire country is that we are validated internationally. And what does that mean? This means that if the ISP approves a product that was developed in the country, the other authorities in the region will also acknowledge that and recognize it. And I will develop each one of these aspects during my presentation. Where is the institute then? This is a general framework, and the system has several levels. We're at the second level, at the dean level, where we do the health policies, and we work specifically with the Ministry of Health, but we also work with other ministries that finance our work and that we work very closely with, such as the Ministry of Science that finances our research, the Ministry of Interior and Security, they finance our lab of illicit drugs, which is, I would say, the most modern in Latin America, or one of the best of Latin America, with very modern equipment, thanks to the mandate of the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Security. We work with them, and this is a work that we do together. We train them. Same thing with the defense, the defense ministry. We surveil chemical weapons, possible chemical weapons. With the Minister of Work, of Labor, I'm sorry, we work hand in hand for labor safety, occupational risks. With the Ministry of Environment, we have the reference lab, and with agriculture, we have a huge work together with food safety. We work with several agencies of these ministries. With the Treasury Ministry, we work in customs. We work very tightly with all of the medication coming in and out of the country, as well as devices. And in the Ministry of Economy, we receive support with the Corfo projects, and we develop and also implement the Agency of Medical Devices. And I would like to thank Janet Diaz, who leads this work that started from scratch. She's the one that has also organized this conference this year and many years in the past. For a very long time, she has organized this conference. So thank you very much. And lastly, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I see our counterpart over there. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very important because of the international aspects. In order to be recognized internationally, we need to go out there in the world. And that's something that we are doing. And we save resources for our professionals to go abroad and so that they can interact We are permanently receiving professionals from countries of the region as well as from other continents that come to train to receive training from us. Now, in our area, in regulation, the Public Health Institute, different than other institutes that are similar to us in the world, we're only located in Santiago. However, in the regions, we have our representatives that are part of the ministerial regional secretariats. And this is something that I would also address during this lecture. So what's our goal? To have just one institute for all of Chile. And at the moment, we have 6 departments, and each one of these is an institute in other countries. For example, Reference Biomedical Laboratory is the CDC, is the Center for Disease Control. Occupational health and environmental health are also separate agencies. The Medication National Agency, which, such as like the EMA of Europe or the FDA in the United States. We also have the Agency of Medical Devices, which is something that's new in the entire world. World Health Organization included as such not so long ago. And the new department is Health Surveillance and Studies Department, which is a study that it will help us cross the knowledge of each one of these departments. What we want to do is to have this integration to share the knowledge and infrastructure. And to do so, we have 2 strategies. The first one is the on the on field um, Public Health Institute, and I will explain that later. And what we also want to do is to have international visits to share knowledge. And we're also open to receive some new initiatives. We want to hear all of them. Public Health Institute on the field. We've had 2 experiences with this, first in Antofagasta, second in Bio Bio. And in this initiative, the workers of each department have to do tasks in those regions, whether there is training, inspection, surveillance. We organize the work and we go together the same day instead of going on our own and each one of them doing the work on their own. We go together, we invite authorities of the region to come and attend. As an example, this is what happened in Antofagasta. We have each one of them participating. We have the ministerial regional secretariat and the counterparts of occupational health, environmental health, and we go there, get together with the counterparts, and they present what they are going to do. They present the problem of Antofagasta and what they have to do, what's their task, and who is be working together. We did this Antofagasta and we did it in Concepcion as well. The plan for this year is to do this in Arica metropolitan region, the Paraíso region, and Rancagua. We have to establish the dates now. Next year's will be Maule, Los Lagos, Los Rios region, and the rest regions for 2027. The experience has been uh, that our professionals listen to their colleagues and they learn from what they do. They learn from what the other department does. And at the same time, the authorities see us as what we are, a very complex institute. And it has been very well evolved in Concepcion and Ministerial Regional Secretariat as well, uh, spontaneously. And it came forward and said, I want to thank. We understand that the Public Health Institute can work on the field. And it's true because we have to be on the field. We do that. And it's usually the Ministerial Regional Secretariat. The other thing that we have promoted is the Council of Civil Society. They are the ones who are going to allow us to understand how are we perceived, and they will help us translate what they do to the communities. This year, we had 63 agencies presented, and 19 were chosen to be part of this council. And these are the following agencies. I'm sure many of you are here today. We have the Association of Providers of Health, so many more. You'll see The representation it's very broad from patients, providers, and families. Chilean Association of Public Health is also part of it. The Immunology Chilean Association, the Network of Biomedical Engineering, the Public Health School of the University of Chile. It's the most known from the universities in Chile, and the best epidemiologists are dentists. I believe. I always say that. I don't know why, but I think it is. And we have included this association to this department. And we also have association of students of different universities, Valparaiso, Chile University, with Corporation of Consumers, pharmaceutical chemists, biochemists, and the FENATS National Confederation. So it's very diverse, and they will all be part of the next meeting. In terms of communications, we made big progress to what we have done in the past, speaking to the press, answering in terms of whenever there are concerns, and with our technical knowledge. In social media as well, although I don't have any social media, but our communication department has taken care of all of this social media. We created the Department of Health Surveillance and Research. We have so much information, so much data in this institute. You can imagine the volume. So what we need is to understand what's happening, how the country is doing. That's one of the tasks that we have, and we need to analyze the data and to promote innovation and research, as well as promoting this collaboration of academics in the ISP. This is a team. Marcela Blay, she was the first one to be accepted. She's a head of pharmacovigilance, and she has a degree in the same subject, which is perfect for it. And we are making innovation in systems of innovation. With this is a strategy that we have here. It's led by a pharmaceutical as well. This is a very complex design, and I'm sure Isabel Maurita will present this to you someday. And one of the hardest job that I have is ANAMED. The new director is here. Jorge, maybe you can stand up so that everybody knows you. Jorge Canales is the director of ANAMED. He is a pharmaceutical chemist and our youngest professional. The Regulating Agency of Medications and Vaccines, ANAMED, the first ones in the United Nations that created a systems to assess the authorities of medication as medical devices was the OPS. They developed a system with 4 degrees of maturity, and the countries of the region that were working on this received the accreditation, the certification, and once World Health Organization had this system, they did it like that, and they did another one that was a lot more complex and difficult, and we want to apply to that one as well from the World Health Organization. And you can see that there are 8 countries of the region that are at level 4 of OPS. From north to south, it's Canada, United States, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, and us. We need to ratify this level, but in addition to that, we want to apply to be a world regulating agency. To do so, World Health Organization copied OPS, and they did the GBT, which is a tool, and this is global benchmark pillar tool, and this is a tool to prove to prove that we are at the world level standards. So we want to apply this tool, and when we did so, we realized that to approve this, we have a gap in advanced capital, human capital, specifically for the future. And the biggest deficit is in the lab, with a 71% deficit in infrastructure, equipment, processes of the labs. And there are some other things as well that are related to an improvement of the processes, which is Jorge's task, the coordination with the ministerial regional secretariats. That's part of the tool as well. Um, every ministerial regional secretariat does it differently, and we say, yeah, some regions listen to us, some do not. And that's a first driver. We need to do work together with them and continuous work. And then we have informatic systems. That's another gap. To address all of these gaps, we have a working plan and assessing plan in our institute, not only to ANAMED, but also we are receiving support from different professionals. The second thing that we have to do is review the processes of ANAMED. The third point is to coordinate with the ministerial regional secretariats, and we need to look at the guidelines, standards, checklist, instructions, gathering of information. We need to support the ministerial secretariats because they are very fragile, economically speaking. There is a project to reform the health authority. We hope that's approved, and in it, the conditions of the CEREMI will be improved as well as for the ISP. But if that doesn't happen, we at least need to take care of each other. Then we have the um, coordination of with our human capital, with the resources that we have. And the only thing that I'm seeing is the support of universities and external experts. And that's a lot less complicated to work with them. And those are some of the strategies that we will apply. So to the universities that are here, we need you, but this is a win-win because, for example, for a pharmaceutical chemist, the students will receive a diploma for those who have the experience of the regulation, and for biochemistry as well, they will receive a diploma for that work. And we want to acknowledge that and for you to obtain these skills for the country. We will also work on the collaboration with regulating authorities of Latin America. The minister said it. We have to cooperate even in the production. If our market is too small, if Chile produces a device, it would be ideal for other countries to produce another one. And if we're collaborating with the same agency, the idea is that we can share and collaborate. That's the idea, and that is what we want to do and will make us more resilient. And before talking about diagnosis, this year, between June 6 and 9, we will receive the regulating agencies of the region of Americas that have been certified by OPS and the equivalent number of the other 8 that are applying to be acknowledged. And we are going to work on how to collaborate with each other, and we will share proposals for collaboration during inspections, the registries for each country, and we do this work together with these countries, and so that we can visit of their countries or go abroad. And we will have on the third day of that day a meeting with their ambassadors, which was a recommendation from the OPS representative, and I thought it was a great idea. We're materializing this so that they have the political support when collaborating with these countries, and so that our work is much more efficient. And I have just a few minutes, but let me share with you before I conclude the diagnosis of the ISP laboratories. And We have a team of consultants, experts in laboratories and infrastructure, and they saw that we have issues with storage, temperature control, climatization, duplicity of areas, electrical facilities, double workplaces, heterogeneous registry, sample receptions very archaic, too manual, too many people coming and going, laboratories in different floors, in different buildings distributed throughout this facility, and conditions that are not the best. So with that analysis, and the only ones that was are really good is the illicit substances analysis. That was the only one that passed because it's the newest. And the focus should be put on the National Biometric Laboratory, which is to promote the safety of the population with the spaces that we have and moving to a different building. We will be able to support and reinforce the work of ANAMED. So what we are promoting is because we had a project to change the entire institute, and it was involved several million, and nobody would approve. And this meant almost building a new building, a new ASP, and that would mean going to another building, hire another, I mean, rent another place to continue working. And so the project now will be on this same space in the free spaces that we have, the free areas. To do these constructed facilities, we can only do 3 floors, and that's the height of the laboratory needs. And we want to negotiate with the mayor, and because it will be inside our facility, and it's surrounded by other buildings that are higher, and it's not new people, it's just us. We are going to be moving to these different areas, and I think that we could have an exception, and they could accept the 4 floors. So if anybody here has contact or knows the mayor, please get him in touch with us, because this is good. It will be good for the country, and we will have sampling, uh, a process that's very different than what we used to have. The idea is to have a modern building, a building with common areas where we will receive samples with lockers, with also meeting rooms, surveillance areas, and share equipment. We have a duplicity of equipment with different use. So here, this equipment will be shared. There will be informatization of all processes and paperless. It will be a virtual laboratory with information that can be analyzed by the surveillance laboratory that will produce productivity results as the results on its on. And that is all from me. Thank you very much.
I have 6 minutes left for questions. First, we would like to thank our director for the vision that the Institute has and the forecast that you have for it. It is full of hope. We hope that everything can come through. I don't know if there's anybody who would like to ask a question or make a comment. It was very clear, Director. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. We would like to invite Dr. Jeanette to be able to give you an acknowledgement for your presentation. So we will now continue with our activities, and now we are going to go forward with what has turned into a tradition, a legacy within our scientific conference, which is the keynote speaker. At this time, we have the privilege of inviting Dr. Pablo Vial. He is a surgeon in the University of Chile, and his specialty has been carried out in pediatrics in the Catholic University of Chile, and his subspecialty is in infectology in the University of Maryland in the United States. He is also a doctor in pediatric infectology with special interest in viral infections and emerging diseases. He also has studies in biology, and he has been in commissions of immunizations, hantavirus, and emerging issues in Chile. His area of interest in research is viral and pathogens and others, and he has worked in characterizations of infections of hantavirus, contributing to the development of knowledge of mechanisms of the disease, diagnostic methods, and clinical studies. So I would like to leave Dr. Pablo Vial with you, the keynote speaker, cardiopulmonary syndrome of hantavirus, what we have accomplished and what we are lacking. Good morning. I sincerely thank Dr. Ferrecho, Director of ISP. Great presentation, great perspectives for the Institute. I also thank the organization committee for these activities and this invitation. I am very happy, and I also feel very honored to have been invited. And I would like to express my acknowledgement of the role that the ISP has had in the development of knowledge of the infection of hantavirus. What I would like to do today is to be able to share some aspects that I have selected of what we think and what we have learned among many throughout Chile and the world regarding this subject. In a graphic way, around 1995-96, we had a degree of knowledge of the cardiopulmonary syndrome by hantavirus, but it was very restricted, as you can see represented by that small circle. But after 30 years, we now have much more knowledge. But the paradox of knowledge is represented by that line or that green shadow that when we had not so much knowledge, the contact with what we ignored was very small. We had a limit or a that was smaller than what we had today. Now we have more knowledge, but we also realize that we are lacking quite a bit to learn, and it is so much more than we thought. I have no conflict of interest. My financing of our studies is named there, and we have a little bit of the information of the historical information of this disease. It was well known, it was a zoonosis since the 1900s in Asia, Russia, and in the Northeast Europe. In 1950s, with the war with Korea, where we had North American soldiers in Asia, they had 3,000 cases of this hemorrhagic fever, and it came to the West before the West did not know about this pathology, and it had different names. It had the name that you can see there, that it was epidemic hemorrhagic fever. It had the with kidney syndrome, and in 1954, the group of the Army of the United States intervened to be able to generate a symposium regarding this fever, hemorrhagic fever. So it was a problem that was mostly in Asia and Northeast Europe, that is the map of Korea, and it's in the limit that is around the parallel 38. And in 1976, Dr. Huang Li and Carl Johnson identified the virus. They identified it in a rodent that is the one that would carry it in Korea with very ingenious methods. And between this limit between North and South Korea, in part, there is a rodent called Hantan, and that's where the most of the cases happened, and that is why it is the Hanta virus. A lot of this fever, hemorrhagic fever, has as a name where it comes from in the first cases. For example, Ebola is also due to the river Ebola. So after identifying the virus and that it was confirmed that it was zoonosis, in 1993 it shows up in America, in a region that is very tourist, a region that in the United States, and there were four states that are like across. There is a lot of tourism in the four corners, and that is where what we can see in the newspaper in May in 1993, that there was a fever that seems like an influenza, and in the Navajo natives, it caused for six of the tribe to die. So in 1993 and then in 1997, they could describe the same infection in Argentina, afterwards in Chile, and you can see the alarm that this produced in our country. And it was called the Andes virus because of the Andean region where they found the first cases. After this, they had identified many hantavirus in America, and some of them are pathogenic and some are not. The surprise is that it is a disease that was known and then started to be called by OPS that a kidney syndrome, hemorrhagic fever, was presented in a different way in America. So we had to come up with the idea that there was an infection by a very similar virus that was focused in the kidney, especially in Asia and in Europe, and another one that is more focused in the lung and in the heart. And this is a virus that, as you can see there in the image, you can see how it's different in the different continents, and it is strange that a virus can focus in such a different way into different geographical regions or continents. But what this virus does is it infiltrates the endothelium, and we have that everywhere. But phenotypically, the endothelium and the capillaries and the thin veins are different in different organs. The phenotypically speaking, they are different. And therefore, it is possible for a virus to recognize endothelial cells and have a predisposition to accept certain cells according to its historical evolution. So this is what we have to remember, that it is a virus that infects us in practice in our full organism because we have capillaries in our whole body. And the geographical situation of epidemiology is also very different. This is a review that we carried out to be able to count the amount of cases, and it was always more exaggerate. They would say there are 500 cases in Asia, or and putting together the different reports that we have of the epidemiology of each one of the countries, we could see that there was approximately 25,000 cases in Asia, in which 3,100 are in Europe, especially in the northern part, and in America, where we have this different syndrome, we have quite a few less. We don't go over 500 cases, depending on the different variations that we have year after year. And we have some countries that are affected. Chile, Argentina with 120, that is the highest cases every year, and also higher incidence. Paraguay, Brazil. Brazil has a similar number. Panama also has a situation that is special. They have 30 cases, but they have many more infections. And where is the virus in nature? Here we have had, due to COVID appearance, so there has been a systematic uh, search for the virus in the different species, but this is in the rodents and recently wild rodents, and in most of the continents they have found it in bats, in different reptiles and fish. So up till now, we have not identified any infection in humans, but we do know that there's a reservoir that is much broader than what we know, and it is becoming much more broad in the rodents. So the wild rat in Chile, it is the long-tail rat or rodent, and it is from the fourth region to the 12th region in this country. We have found this rodent and infected from Salamanca all the way till the 11th region, a little bit lower than Coyhaique. This rat that has, or this mouse is infected, and it has a particular way of suppressing the inflammatory process. There's a suppression of a immune response, which makes it replicate for the rest of its life practically. And their secretions, it comes out, but it does not produce the disease in them. It does not have a biological effect that it is proven in the mice. So it is not frequent to find it in the mouse, and it is much less frequent to find it in people. You only 1 to 6% of the rodents have this hantavirus, and the dynamic of the populations, as long as they produce the group of rats, then you have it is something that is transmitted, especially in the male. And in the defense, territorial defense, and in mating, they become infected through more direct contact. So when there is more competition, there are more contagious mice. What are the characteristics of the virus? I don't want to go into deep, but it does have an like a sheath, and it extracts it from the cellular membranes, and it's necessary for the virus to be able to contage. It is not very resistant to the environmental conditions because this bilipidic membrane or sheath, and it is sensitive to light, to desiccation, to the air, for example, to detergents, and to chlorine. So I place this here because this explains all of the recommendations that we have and what we do when we place chlorine or detergent, or when we ventilate, or when we put things in the sun. We are breaking the sheath of the virus, and therefore it will not infect. That is the base of the reason why we have these recommendations. So what can we expect in open spaces? It is not so easy to be infected because it can survive only for 1 or 2 hours because it is ventilated areas, they have the sunshine and others. But in closed areas, it can survive for more than 24 hours. And if you're in contact with organic material, for example, in different burrows or in nests, it can be there for up to 2 weeks. So that explains also the recommendations that we have. There is not such high risk of just going around in an endemic area. However, there are risks when you come into any closed space or room that has been infected, and even worse, if you have a presence or evidence of the presence of nests or depositions or the feces of these rodents. This has an average of 46 cases a year with some variables. Um, the cases, the numbers vary every year in each region. So the point also, what I would like for you to remember somehow, is that this is a mobile endemic. These bars that you can see represent all of Chile. However, what happened 2001 is different in a regional point of view from what happened 2002 and 2003. There are some epidemiological silences. And in 97, we rented a house, we purchased a pickup and we were in Coyhaique with the medical team, and there were no cases for 7 years, so we had to give everything back, the rental and the pickup, because we had no cases. And those are the epidemiological silences. But we finished our operations and then we started seeing the cases again. It depends on many different environmental conditions. So it's a mobile endemic. One year it's in the Maule, the other year it's Coyhaique, and next year it's in a different region, and it keeps moving. And if you analyze this information, you are going to see that it is not predictable. And we have not generated good models of prediction to see what conditions. The best study that I have seen in the predictive point of view is one that is based on the cases, based on the information given by the Ministry of Health. And the main risk factor is being in a place where there has already been another case. The average lethality is 35%. It is pretty high. It is very low amount of cases. However, it is very lethal, especially even younger ones. We have had progress having to do with the lethality, with how lethal it is. And how are people infected? This happens mostly in closed spaces that are not well ventilated and that do not have good lighting. When you breathe a little bit of dust that is contaminated with urine or other things, for example, if you sweep or if you're moving dirt or clean the spaces, there is where you raise up the particles that contain the virus. We have only had two cases where it has to do with a rodent bite. One of them was a lady from Valdivia, another one was a North American, and then you have also transmission person to person. This is a study that was carried out by Marcela Ferres from our group in 2001 to 2005 of 76 index cases. They contacted them, and there was 476 contacts having to do with this original cases, and 16 of them were cases that were additional cases. I did that because I knew Dr. Ferrecchio would be here, and it does not represent a second attack because we cannot demonstrate that it is a transmission from one case to another. Literally, it's not a secondary case. They could have been infected in the same source. So I just placed um, secondary attack rate, having said what I did. So from the 16 cases from the family and contacts, it is possible that you can be infected, whether it be person to person or a common source. But the surprise that we found was that when we carried out this table of sexual partners versus not sexual partners, for example, the son or the wife or the son or the grandmother, we could see that the infectious rate was 12 times higher in those who were sexual partners. It does not mean that it is sexually transmitted, and the truth is that we had a lot of difficulty to be able to study it, but it is what couples do because they take care of each other. So when one is sick, they have to take care of them, they have to handle the saliva, the vomit, the different secretions. So it doesn't necessarily have to do that it is sexually transmitted, but it is the intimacy, being in the same bed, hugging, and being together. Marcela tried to explain this situation. What could be one of the risk factors? Having given a kiss on the mouth, deep kissing. And here, Marcela carried out a study of 131 patients. She printed it last year in the Lancet, and the samples that were taken weekly for 3 weeks of plasma, the Buffy coat, gin, crevicular gingival fluid, saliva, nasopharyngeal secretion, and urine. And one of we were talking about this fluid from the mouth was one because maybe because of the kisses it can be gingival crevicular fluids. You can be taken from the mouth, and the dentist can correct me on this, but it is an area of the mouth that has a lot of inflammation. So where there is inflammation, obviously there is more viral replication. And what they found was from day 0 to the 4 or 5 weeks later that in reality the virus was present and for a long time, even after the infection was resolved, in the blood cells of the buffy coat, in the plasma. It is very common. You can see the percentage of the patients who have the virus in that compartment in plasma. It's frequent, but it goes down pretty quick. And also, the crevicular gingival fluid, it was also present. You could find the virus there. The Andes virus is also trying to learn from this outside of the transmission. The Andes virus detected during incubation, the PCR is a method that is very strong. You can see the studies of the primary studies of the Dr. Ferres. You can see that there are 6 patients who were a part of the contacts that we detected with that had an infection, and up till 15 days before, we could find the virus through PCR and also in the cellular compartment at the plasma.
And I think that Hector Galeno from the Public Health Institute did a unique contribution to this, and he did it based on, let me see if I can go back, but we we want to thank for his contribution. As it says in the title, he took a sample, epidemiological sample, from having a kid who was a contact of a close contact of the grandmother who died from the virus, and they took a sample of the kids fit for study, and it was negative serologically, but he had the idea, and he thought the virus might be there because the kid later developed the disease. It was cultured and it was isolated. It was the first time they did that from a human being. This disease that causes this cardiopulmonary syndrome from hantavirus, and most recently an outbreak from people to people from Chubut, Argentina. 11 people died, 34 cases confirmed. This is a new situation. It's very likely for us to see this much more frequently in the future. What can we do when we have a situation in which we know that we have a super spreader, a virus that it's easily transmitted from person to person, and in cases where we have had a lot of contacts from that person in particular? This was published in New England, Dr. Martinez from Argentina, and with one patient who celebrated a birthday party, 15-year-old birthday party. They were infected at the party, a lot of hugging, a lot of kisses. 5 people were infected from the party in an incubation period. 2 of those 5 transmitted the disease to other groups of people. And in the third period of incubation, in a funeral, one of the persons um, spread the disease to other 3 people. This is a disease that has an unusual behavior, and and I was told about this in real time about the situation, and the only way of containing this outbreak and not to continue the spread of it was to do an isolation, as it happened with poliomyelitis a long time ago, of all of the patients that were contact of a case, and they were isolated for 40 days at home, not seeing anybody. With that, they were able to contain the disease the old-fashioned way. However, we're thinking, yes, these patients will be benefited from an immune plan with monoclonal bodies, with all of those possibilities. And the truth is that it wasn't. There was no time. There was no time to do a controlled study, and there was no plasma either. So This shows us that we have three situations that we need to take care of when talking about exposure. First, the exposure to nature and wild rodents. The second, exposure to close contacts to a case, and when we have an incidental exposure to a super spreader case. The clinical evolution of the infection is described in this slide. I don't want to take that much time on this slide, but in this case, the person was okay, then they had a decrease with flu-like symptoms, then with thorax radiography, and in just hours, the person was deteriorated and developed respiratory failure, and it was an abrupt decrease in its health. And how do we see this? We have two red curves. There's a very deep U in one of them, and most of those patients died in the inflection of the U. And then the other case is a milder curve, softer curve, and those are the patients that require a lot less support. There are some patients that evolve very fast, very severely, and some recover, but in those cases there isn't a very deep U that causes the mortality. And what happens when there's this curve, when that happens, when someone is okay and then it's not? And I've talked to them when they're positive to hantavirus, and we know that in 2 hours it can be using ventilator, a respiratory device, and then with an extracorporeal device, ECMO. And those are things that we have learned. First, this is a work that Hisaki did, pathologist in this is us in 1995, and this is a photograph of the lung, and you can see the capillary, and it moves through the capillary, and that was infected, and the pulmonary cells and alveolar cells are not infected by it. And then the other thing that's interesting when we have the histochemistry is that there's no structural damage, and for for us is that something that it's these are not the type of virus that create these consequences, and there's no structural damage. There's a change that's functional and transitory. Something happens, as you can see for figure A. The endothelium is usually joined by tight junctions, and there's this regulation phenomenon. There's a regulation function from the amount of plasma going out from the inside of the blood, and that's lost and it's opened up. So there's this type of switch that changes rapidly, that opens up all of the endothelium cells, and these cells lose contact and we get plasma out of there. And what happens, if we explain this in easier terms, we have a flood in the lung, which is a critical organ. And what happens when a patient has hypovolemia? We put them in liquid. We put more liquid in their lungs. And so these patients used to die a lot because we didn't know how to handle this. We were using the usual criterion, which meant, okay, it doesn't have liquid, we should put more liquid, but the liquid would go other places. It wouldn't go to the vascular. So there is a transitory change in the function. The endothelium opens up. 2 days later, it closes. So there is a switch with an on and an off. And if we're able to have the patient stable during 2, 3 days, before it gets to that critical point, the patient will be recovering on its own, because then this effect of the switch will be lost. So the lesson that we learned, it's good that this is only a functional change, not structural. It's not a destruction of a cell. This isn't a virus that will cause damage in the tissue that will cause other types of consequences. And how can we predict this? We have learned that the platelets are associated to progression. The lower the platelets, and actually the patients that have less than 40,000 platelets, almost all of them progress to a severe disease, infection, and others. And we did a cohort of less than 15,000, 115,000, and good. It's good to have more than 150,000 platelets, and this is also associated to mortality. If the virus that usually affects our lungs and heart it's later affecting the kidney as it happens with the European and Asian virus. That's a lot more severe, and that's associated to more mortality. It's much more severe. And there was another study of 100 patients, and most of them died on the first state in the inflection of that U. So we are able of keeping the patient stable for those first 48 hours. It's very likely that the patient will have a better prognosis. And I will talk about this in two more slides. So the diagnosis of the infection of hantavirus, this is very likely of a virus serologic diagnosis. We can also try to search the virus with RT or PCR. It's very hard to culture the virus. This was achieved by Dr. Galeno only. And there are some immunohistochemical techniques whenever we have tissues. And I will try to gather all of the things that we have learned later. So we have therapeutical interventions, an antiviral, ribavirin. That's very good for the antiviral, but it doesn't give us that much time. And it seems that the cardiopulmonary syndrome, what's severe is this separation on the endothelium and not the virus to when it's replicating itself. We, we had the study, and that's what it's shown. Then we have the methylprednisolone. We did a study in 70 patients, 35 administered and the others not, and we had no effects on mortality. The ECMO, the extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, that had good results. And neutralizing antibodies, immune plasma, we had a study that was not controlled, and the base that we had was that when you have the hunter cereal, the animal model, and you apply these neutralizing antibodies after 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 days of the infection and of battling this virus, we looked at the results and we see that the rodents are dying on day 11 or 12 with a very similar infection as the one that affects the humans. And what happened here in the with the administration of plasma on the day 3, 4, 5, and 6 was the following. When it was applied on day 3, which is very soon, very close to the infection, that obtained really good results if it was applied on day 3, 4, or 5. However, whenever we apply the plasma near the moment of the cardiopulmonary syndrome, the results of the plasma makes it works with these neutralizing antibodies. And the study that we did showed that this was not controlled, but what we did was comparing the same sites, the same study cases, and those that received the plasma and those that did not, and the decrease of mortality that wasn't significant, but we were able to observe a trend. And if we compare what happened in Chile in the same period with a mortality of 38% versus 14% in the same areas where the immune plan was applied, 27 versus 14. So there's something there, but we have this issue where we don't get there in time, we get there late. Same thing happens with the rodent. The closer from this physiological debacle, the immune plan is less powerful. So the oxygenation of ECMO, there are two ways of doing it: venous vein, and the use of ECMO, arterial ECMO, shows that there is an 80% survival in patients with fatal prognosis, which means these patients we knew that were going to die, had a stroke, they had other conditions, or they were very shocked and they would not respond to the drugs, and we knew that they were going to die. But when we connected them with to the ECMO, 80% of them would survive, and that's the foundation that we recommend from the ministry. Whenever you have a suspicion of the diagnosis, you have to send this patient to a high complexity facility where there is ECMO, because we know it can help us. And what do we do with the ECMO? There is a centrifugal pump that acts as a heart and an oxygenator that acts as lung. So when the lung and heart are failing. We know it will be 48, 72 critical hours. We replace or we support the heart and the lung externally with this extracorporeal circulation. What we have achieved and what we need to do in the future. And we need to continue to follow the steps of this virus. And we have a fair sector, or fair aspect with a non-pharmacological measurements and vaccines. I don't have much to share in this regarding this because in terms of pharmacology, we should develop an architecture against hantavirus. How do we design our work and how do we design the areas where we store the wood and so that we're very likely to be have rodents or for those to have more exposure to the sun, no anti-rodents but antiviral. And if somebody's going to demolish a house or somebody's doing agricultural work of irrigation, of weeding, if anybody will go and do forestry work, they should have make these precautionary measures in order to avoid this with the necessary, let's say, suit or anything needed to avoid getting in contact with the virus. And I would think about that in also social aspects so that we can avoid getting infected with this virus. The vaccine is a very important resource, and possibly we could have some news in the future. Early diagnosis. An early diagnosis has a lot of advantages because it allows us to act in advance. We need to have the patient in the right place. We need to uh, understand that we cannot put a lot of fluid and not make mistakes in that sense. And why some patients have a severe infection and others not. It's all related to the pathogenic knowledge. We have a lot to learn, and then we need to know about the alternatives in terms of treatment. Now, firstly, the vaccine. The X structures and that produce this neutralizing response, this protective neutralizing response, are well characterized. In these last years, we have had some really good progress, and we have been uh, able to understand how are these proteins that are presented by the virus on the surface, and what are the epitopes that are more neutralizing. That's the base for us to develop a vaccine, and that's also the base for us to develop better treatments. What do we have in terms of vaccines? Well, in Asia, there is a vaccine based on the Hantan virus in activity with formalin in South Korea called Hantavax. And then we also have a bivalent vaccine with Hantan virus and Seoul in endemic areas of China, administered to 2 million people a year. However, these vaccines are not approved by the FDA or the EMA from Europe, and there are no efficacy studies with which we can uh, support this application. And this is also directed for Seoul virus and Hansen virus that have no protective response to the virus that are affecting this side of the continent. There are some vaccines in development of recombinant proteins, and also some vaccines based on nucleic acids. In the United States, this is in an advanced stage in clinical essays, and for vaccines ADN for Hantan virus, Pumala, and the Andes virus of Latin America. And maybe they chose the wrong genetic material. These ADM vaccines have been under development for a long time and have a lot of issues if compared with the RNA. A lot of issues in their development and in the production as well. Early diagnosis. The goal is to improve the opportunity of the diagnosis. So we have to have a permanent training, and the ministry has done a really good job. We do these trainings to all of the people who work in this area for clinical suspicion. But this is an issue. We provided training for someone in 25, and maybe there is an outbreak in 2028. And maybe the person paid attention throughout 2025 but not afterwards, and they forgot about it. So we need to have, and we need to do this training and share these alerts with it, because it's something unexpected. Then the connectivity of communities. Whenever we do this training, they say to us, but we are 2 hours away in a horse from a place where I might receive a diagnosis. So that's also an issue for early diagnosis. And the diagnosis test of the point of care. Ideally, we would expect not to send the sample to ISP or other reference laboratories, but the doctor that has a suspicion to have the possibility of doing something simple that will guide them at least. We know that if the person asks for a hemogram and they see a lot of platelets, that could be highly suspicious if there are other aspects as well of the symptoms. And some of the things that we are working on is on the technology of isothermal amplification, which is called RT lamp, and that can be applied in simple context or high complexity, and serology as well. That is also something that happens a little later. Uh, and ideally, if you want to have an early diagnosis, is to find the virus in the period of incubation. The serology, it's something that will show up later, and it will always cause some uncertainty if the results are related to respond to the fact that the patients haven't developed it yet, or if the patient is negative. So the projects that we have as a country is to optimize the diagnosis or the point of care, to provide that to the personnel, and to provide a public policy with that. And also to have the protocol of intervention and clinical access in diagnosis for the incubation or prodromic phase. For all of you to put in the situation, or to be in the situation that has happened in Chile, um, where there was a scout group where there is a case, and there were 200 uh, scouts camping together. What we could do is offer, say, okay, we'll try to find the virus, and the alarm is huge. If we work from the serology point of view, that's too close of when the patient is sick. And if we try to find the virus, and if we establish the policy of studying all of the contacts and all of the persons that were exposed at the same time to the virus, and we try to find the virus from that perspective, and if we find it, what do? We need to develop this protocol. And what do? We tell them, if you have a fever, come fast to, or go to a city near a hospital, so you're near a facility, or we might give you plasma, we might give you ribovirin, and that protocol is something that we need to develop. Possible therapeutical interventions. We have two things here. First, the immune plasma, which is a product that's not standardized, and it's very hard to obtain. And it comes from patients that um, had an infection, and it's very hard to have a stock and to have it available in every area that are very big, which is very big.
So we need to have something that is standardized so we could have um, neutralizing monoclonal neutralizer, for example, or attacking the effect of this endothelium attack, where you have these two things that are intervening, where you have the VEGF and the bradykinin that are there. So we do have available different medications for these. So eventually, and as an anecdote, there are cases that have been treated this way. So these are possible fields for research for clinical studies. And in neutralizing effect, it can be based on that they be united to the to, you have a virus that has these projections. For example, the spike of the coronavirus, the neutralizing um, area is that gray area that is united to these protein that present the virus to unite to the receptors and block them. So it has a neutralizing effect or a blocking effect so that the virus cannot find its cellular receptors in the cells. Now, there are some problems that are added. Being these monoclonal human, they have to have high affinity with the virus. They have to have a broad spectrum of species. You have to think that in total we have 30,000 cases a year. What pharmaceutical laboratory is going to be interested in a product that might be used in 30,000 patients or maybe 200,000 maximum? They are looking for a product that can be used. So we have to have one that at least attacks all the virus that we know. The Hantan, Seul, Pulman, Andes, the no names, etc. And these are more efficient when you can do them with the when the disease is very early. There are two groups. You have the one that is published in Science, where you have the two monoclonal recombinant that protect against the infection due to the Andes virus, and the one that we work on as well, that is published, where you have a monoclonal antibody that is effective against as all of the hantavirus that we know in the world, at least the ones that have been tested. And with this, I would like to end the synthesis of the roadmap. Part of my concern today, we have the laboratory discovery phase check. We have the testing, the concept of the test and the formulation development and the animal model studies. We have the check. We have the toxicological studies. Now we have a stage that is much more difficult in Chile. That is to have the clones of these monoclonal and to be able to have the production and have stabilities and have the toxic studies. So we are starting to do this with the University of Valparaiso, and they are experts in the production of recombinant protein, and it has an excellent laboratory. And then we have something that is much higher up, which is the GMP production. That in practice we do not have that available in Chile, which is a lab that we have been trying to contact in Argentina, another one in Brazil, to be able to eventually, once we have the production in small amounts, that we can pass it on to a stage where we can use it on humans. So I think this is the group. I infinitely thank them. This is I would like to share and have a reflection of what many people have accomplished within having to do with this infection. Dr. Ferrecchio is there in this picture. We are in the south. There is the participation of many people and many specialties. We have those who are in the laboratories. We have many different roles represented here. This is the group that is the most central group of our lab. We do have a few faces missing. This is from 2 years ago. And the final message is that we can protect the predators. Here you can see a cat has a long tail rodent in its mouth. Thank you very much. First of all, we would like to thank Dr. Vial for his excellent presentation. It has been very illustrative, very clear, and it also presents many challenges to us in the scientific community. Please don't leave because I am sure that there are many who must have some kind of a comment or a question, and we would like for you to be able to allow us a little bit more time so they can be answered. I thought so. Doctor, please. Thank you very much. Brilliant, clear, and very complete. I have a lot of questions. I'm going to ask them all together. What what about the accessibility of the why is it more men, and what other health conditions can make it more susceptible? We have the monoclonal antibodies. Why do you say that there not be a GMP lab here instead of having to go out? Why can't we develop it here? We want to develop it here. And the vaccine, I had noticed I think the best vaccine there is today is the one of the HPV. It is so safe and intelligent the way it's been carried out, but it doesn't always work because it depends on that protein being homogeneous. So, if there is any progress, I don't know if you mentioned that, so we will support any clinical trial if you do it here in Chile. The truth is, I think I took exactly 45 minutes. So I took a few slides out, especially those having to do with the susceptibility of the host, because due to time, I know I wouldn't have enough time. I would get stuck on too many things. So, yes, there are two lines of evidence regarding genetic susceptibility. And one of them, the first one published was in Paraguay, that there are groups that are from German origin and native groups that are the Guarani, and the Guarani have a high percentage, they have 30% of prevalence, seroprevalence, they have a lot more risk of getting infected. However, in the Mennonite groups, they have lower seroprevalence. They have, there seems to be a genetic factor, in other words, that indicates that, at least in the native populations in South America, are less vulnerable to a serious infection. They still get infected, but it's less serious. The same thing happened here in Chile. We studied by seroprevalence different communities, and with the indigenous groups, they had higher zero prevalence. But in practice, none of those who were positive had had any kind of hospitalization or anything that was very serious that we could relate to it being symptomatic. And finally, we carried out a study of 139 patients that who developed antivirus, and the fact that they were from Mapuche descendants is something that clearly protects them. They have five times less disease than those from European origin. So it seems like the 12,000 years that have gone by, and there are some groups in Latin America who are protected. There's a certain natural selection that protects them from this infection, not from the disease, not from the infection itself, because they do get infected, but however, they do not get serious. And we are working on genetic determinants, and we are with Pablo Ferre, who works here, and we carried out a study of different markers, and in those things that are so difficult to understand. But we haven't found anything that is very that can make a determination. But the European have higher risk than the indigenous group from Latin America, and that is for sure. Regarding the laboratory, what are we lacking? I have found out, to put it in practical terms, to establish a laboratory, GMP laboratory, of the production of recombinant protein, it costs a lot of money. So we have to have somebody who's willing to invest. And I think there are a few GMP laboratories being carried out. One of them is Dr. Alexis Garejis, that is for the VCG vaccine. But one of the problems that they have is that, first of all, they're very expensive. That is the initial cost, but operation is also very high. To produce monoclonal would be another four. So Alexis is going to have a GMP laboratory, but for the VCG vaccine. So these are GMP laboratories with a certain vocation, so to say. It's not so easy to combine them if you are producing protein versus another one that is producing a vaccine or is using a vector, as this case. So I think this is our main limitation, that someone can be the motor of this and can say we are going to really use it and we are going to have the availability to be able to maintain with what it means to maintain something like this. And I do agree that the vaccine against the human papilloma is a genius. The person who developed it won the Nobel Prize. And in other words, it produces just the external part. This virus has a difference, yes. The HPV is a particle that has capsize, but it doesn't have a sheath. It doesn't have a membrane with what we can inactivate hantavirus. You could say, to make the image a little bit more clear, it's like a nut. The heart, what you eat, is like the genome that is protected by a capsid, which is the hard outing, and then you have the walnut where it has the green that protects this additionally. The papilloma virus, doesn't have the hard outing. But if we use the same concept and we can see the capside of the virus, maybe it wouldn't be neutralizing because what neutralizes this is the protein that is in the sheath. So it would seem that it would be the focus of basically rebuild a sheath is much more difficult than a capsid. So it's much more reasonable to think about having a recombinant protein as vaccine. Thank you for the question. Dr. Frederick is always very direct. Excellent presentation. I have a question regarding the epidemiology that you see that is from Salamanca to the south, and for us it was always something that was very south, like from Patagonia or 8, 9 region, and Salamanca is very high north. Is it because before we didn't have it, or the mouse has been coming up further north, or maybe does this mean that we are going to see this eventually throughout the whole continent? The desert is a very important barrier, and the mountains are very high, so it's difficult that it continue going forward. But Fray Jorge has a long tail rodent, and it is uh, in the middle of the desert, and we have captured there, and there is long-tailed rodent. Now, the truth is that one of the first things that we did with the Ecology Institute of the university with Pablo Marquez and another researcher was to map all of Chile. And we went from Bisbiri, although we did not reach the island of Diego Ramirez, but close. And so we were able to determine that there are rodents in Fray Roque and from Salamanca down. Obviously, the populations are tremendously different in terms of number, and the dynamic is also very different. But yes, you can be contagious or it can spread, and you can get it further north. And here in Santiago, we do have the experience that in the more rural areas, the transition areas in the metropolitan region, we have had many cases. In the fifth region as well. In Hijuelas, Limache. Yes, there can be mice that can travel in vehicles, but they will not find the habitat that they need. So most likely they will not go very far due to that geographical barrier. Nothing's impossible, but yes. And another thing, And our group is carrying out genetic studies. We have always said that our virus is only one, and this virus is the same one, the same species. There is clearly a genotype in the north and then a southern one. And that is one of the things that we wanted to have collaboration with the ISP because we are using samples and doing a little bit of archaeology of the virus using samples from the studies we are carrying out. Therefore, we have availability of samples where we can do some sequencing. I think that it is very important from your point of view as academic and researcher and with your presence here having to do with public policy and the prevention of epidemics and diseases, how do you project the role of the ISP in the next few years, taking into consideration what you are showing us, the checklist and the forecast? What would you expect from an institution like this one in the strengthening of for the researcher, for example, the local person, the young researcher, and those groups that are established as those who carry out what you do? I hear a lot of attention to what Dr. Ferrecho presented. I think that that is tremendous. The plan, the vision that she has, and I really like your question. I think that scientific progress that we can carry out in many areas of diagnosis, genetics, or how we handle the monoclonal, they all go through the ISP. If we do not do it with the ISP, we are not going to get anywhere. Therefore, that is my vision. The academic centers, either we work together with the ISP, that means that we can be friends of the researchers, we can make set up teams that we can be together, that we can be on site, or else we get nowhere. We isolated efforts can be very solid. However, if you look at the forecast or the impact that it can have on the population and the public health, it goes through ISP. The universities of the country. From the point of view, having when you're preparing students, it is a part of us that we can also be more open to the academic world. We have to be proactive. We have to go, and I think that that is on our side. But I also think that our counterparts need to understand that this can also be a way of training or preparing, and that you can offer a space that is a little bit different, a different point of view within the training of the different careers that have to do with health. I think that is an important message, and especially that you being here also gives a different weight to academia. So thank you very much. I completely agree with you. It is very important that we can start from when they start in the university, their training, so that we can get to know each other and realize the importance for Chile and that it has had for Chile for many years as an institute of public health. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure there must be many more questions, but you will be able to talk to him in many other instances. So we would like to give you an acknowledgement. I'm sorry, I've made you come up 3 times. Exercise is good for you. Um, so Miss Janet CDS is going to give you an acknowledgement, a recognition for your keynote presentation. So now we are concluding this first part of our day, and we are going to close this inauguration ceremony. And therefore, I would like to inform you regarding the program that we have that is coming up. So as you can see at the beginning, the corridor that you came through to come in here, you have the different posters that are exhibited, and they are a part of the different papers that came into the institute. So I would like to invite you to take a look at them. And then as of 1:15 in this same tent, we will present zoonotic and vector infections, new challenges in human health, which is very close to what we have been talking about previously. And in parallel, in the auditorium on the fourth floor, that is in the central building, you will have the different subject that is called risk and emerging diseases, present and future in occupational health. But now I would like to invite each of you to a cocktail at the side of this tent, and we have now closed this inauguration ceremony. Oh, and they are asking me for a short intervention. Yes, doctor, please. I just wanted to ask, since there is this great human group of people this morning, I know that there are programs for the next time that is coming up. This is a complex year, and I hope that no matter what color it might be, please keep in mind that this institution should never be touched from the point of view of politics. This institution deserves to be led by people who are technical, in which the policies that are implemented in each one of the periods can have continuity over time. Because if they are lost after 4 years, the truth is, it is tremendous because this institution is a technical scientific support for the country. So, this is a request for all of you to please consider that this institution be considered separate from political situations. I think we all share what you just said. This has a strategic point of view, and therefore we need to have long term policies. And that is at least what our director said. So thank you very much. We will see you in a little bit.
Good afternoon to everybody that's coming back to this 10. We want to ask you to please go back to your seats so that we can begin with the afternoon lectures. Good afternoon, everybody. Special welcome to those who did not participate in the activities of the morning. And in order to continue with the program and to respect the time, I must inform you that the topic that we will be addressing this afternoon is called zoonotic infections and vector-borne infections, new challenges in human health. The first conference is called Role of the National Biomedical and Reference Laboratory Department of the Public Health Institute of Chile. The presenter is Dr. Judith Mora, leader of this department. Dr. Mora is veterinarian doctor of the University of Chile with a master's degree in epidemiology of the same university. In 1989, she started working in ISP and started working in viral infections diagnosis, and with also HIV diagnosis for hantavirus and rabies, with a response to emerging outbreaks such as hantavirus in 1997, in Angaroa 2002, influenza H1N1 in 2009, and in 2014, Ebola 2014, Zika 2015, with the management of the laboratory of level 3 of biosecurity. As the leader of the department, she is in charge of strengthening the ISP as the reference laboratory for transmittable diseases and other that are not transmittable that have an impact in public health in the areas of bacteriology, parasites, microbiology, entomology, histocompatibility, molecular genetics, and genomes. Leading in the department SARS-CoV-2 with the implementation of molecular diagnosis and genomic surveillance in the ISP and in the network of laboratories of the country. She's part of the working table of the intersectorial of high pathogens with Cerna Pesca, MinSal, and ISP. She's national coordinator for the contention of poliovirus, OPS, and OMS of the World Health Organization, as well as PAHO and control of HIV/AIDS from MinSal. I give the floor now to Ms. Dr. Mora. Good afternoon. I am in charge of starting with this block of this part of the presentations of the role of the National Biomedical and Reference Laboratory Department, and also focused on the zoonotic and vector-borne infections and oriented towards public health. I will tell you a little about the role of this department and how we have addressed in the past decades these infectious diseases, transmittable, zoonotic, and vector-borne. We had a technical failure, but let's continue. The main role of the department is to be the reference national laboratory for the country. And in the area of transmissible diseases or communicable diseases, and those that are not, compatibility, clinical labs, and also entomology. We work and we support directly all of the surveillance programs of the Ministry of Public Health, especially the area of um, urgent notification under Decree 7. And we also have the participation with the networks of laboratories in the country where the institute is the reference laboratory. Therefore, one of the functions is to address these diseases that create an impact in the public health. And because of that, as a reference laboratory, in addition to those mandatory diseases, we are always paying attention to the early detection of emerging diseases and the diseases that are not taken care of, and all of this in order to comply with all of the health safety actions. We have a very solid system with accreditations from the national entity as well as international entities of Spain, such as the ISO, which confirms the quality of the processes. We also work in the support areas with the networks of laboratories of the country, and we also work in research and development of those areas. A little bit of what Dr. Vial was mentioning in his presentation. And last century, in the year 1995, we had an emergency and we had the hantavirus disease, something that was unknown back then. And the Institute had a key role during the implementation of the diagnosis. Well, it's a long path. The samples used to be sent to one specific lab. Later, we implemented that diagnosis. And we currently work with a network of laboratories that provide confirmation in the areas where we see most cases in the south, in Concepcion, and with that we work with the transfer needed for what's required for the health of the people. Along with the role of these reference labs, we also can you please tell me how to change this? There it is. All right. One of the roles of this lab as a reference, we need to guarantee the quality of the services we provide and the actions that are taken in laboratories throughout the country, which is why we have a surveillance process and supervision of the processes so that we can support the quality of these laboratories as well as providing training, external training to different clinical labs and from other entomological areas. And we also work on technology transfer. We do this. We always do this whenever we require it. So in the beginning, a disease that does not have a known diagnosis, we implement it in according to the regulations and the World Health Organizations or the UN, and we do the transfer of it. We also create technical documents that allows the lab to implement these diagnoses and to work with standardized methods and recognized methods. Among the diseases that are zoonosis, there are plenty that are very well known and have been for several years, and in different areas, bacteria, virus, fungus, parasites, and such as Salmonella, brucellosis, leptospirosis, Chagas disease, and Maria Isabel will later share that with you. This is a very important disease that has a high surveillance in our country. Mydatidosis is part of them as well as rabies. And as you know, the Institute of Public Health is the only lab in the country that does rabies diagnosis in people in cases of suspicion of humans having the disease, and also the surveillance of animals such as bats, dogs, cats, and all of the wild animals that might have the disease. They come to the Public Health Institute. And hantavirus, which was one of the latest emergencies of zoonosis that we had in the past century. What happened from the 2000 on? We've had several events and infections that have come up and some that have reemerged, and some of those are all of them are related with arbovirus. Natalia will later present to all of you during the first block uh, some more about the arbovirus, and I will tell you a little bit. I want to tell you a little bit about the evolution that it has had since the detection of the dengue detected in Hangaroa in 2002. We, this is the first time that happened in the island. In the country, we had it before, and Dr. Noe knows about it. We were to eradicate this mosquito, but in Hangaroa, this was detected in the 2000s, and we knew that there were conditions for that to happen. And the first outbreak of dengue was in 2002 with dengue 1. Then there were some other outbreaks, sporadic cases, and in 2014 we had an outbreak of Zika in Easter Island. The Zika outbreak was before the world outbreak that started in Brazil. I don't know if you remember there were several different cases happening in Brazil. And in Garoa, it was very small. It was just 60 cases. We were able to control it. And we were able to implement at the reference lab the diagnosis, and we were able to do a confirmation of the Zika cases. Later, the mosquito uh, evolved or continued to grow, and there was an area in Arica where we found the mosquito, a significant area because it's a border city, and that created an alert, and we realized we needed to have prevention and we needed to be able to control that, and because of that we later implemented the diagnosis in Arica in order to have a surveillance of that disease, of that fever. In 2003, we saw that the mosquito was moving throughout the country in the Valparaiso region, and this happens again with the movement that we have with the trucks coming from Argentina, and with the climate conditions that favor the development of this mosquito. Natalia will tell you a little bit more about that, but as a reference laboratory, we did the technological transfer to the laboratories of the central and northern laboratories of the country, while taking advantage of the different capacities that we have after experiencing SARS-CoV-2, and which is one of the positive uh, sides that we can say we had from SARS-CoV-2, the fact that we have these labs in the central and northern areas of the country. In 2014, we had an alert of Ebola. There were no cases in the country, but as a reference lab, we had to be prepared to discard a possible suspicious case. All of that in coordination with the hospitals that were in charge of taking care of the patients, and there was this whole protocol of the sampling for the patients and things that we had. I mean, because we had laboratory level 3, and although Ebola is a level 4 disease and requires different kinds of laboratory, but that's more focused for isolation and other processes. But we received an authorization for the laboratories to do a PCR at the biosafety level number 3, and we had no cases, but we did have some suspicions, and we were able to discard those cases through the implementation of this diagnosis through the PCR that we were able to implement. In 2017, we had another event, another zoonosis, and this was the Q fever. There was a big amount of people infected, workers on a land where there were cows and they were producing milk, and some were quite severe. And although we were able to do the diagnosis, we only had a serological diagnosis and we were not able to isolate. It was very complex because the way to manage the cows that are left there with the placenta, and there were very many available samples, but we were able to confirm that this was a Q fever, and and because it was serologic, we weren't able to do that. And after that, we were able to do it and do sequencing on it, and that meant and it required an implementation and a work together with Australian laboratory, which was the international reference laboratory for this disease. And we were able to implement several methods. And since we are reference laboratory, we were able to do that from serology part of the equation and molecular as well. And with that, we were able to do the work and to develop other lines of study in that area. And it's very important because we do a transfer of the serological point of view in terms of occupational health of the workers, and to strengthen the PPE elements in the workplace, because it is very often that in the agricultural uh, area that's something forgotten, and sometimes we need to insist with the need of having it, and that happened with H1N1 as well. It is important for agricultural workers to comply with these protective measurements.
In the year 2022, the epidemiological alert due to the increase of the cases of Mpox, viruela simica. This was in May of 2022, and the ISP implemented the diagnosis by PCR with the protocols that were recommended on the 27th of May of 2022. We were able to have an opportune response and to be able to see all the cases that were suspicious, and we were able to confirm the first case. And to date, we were able to be aware, thanks to the new alert that the WHO brought up due to the outbreak that was of international concern due to the in Congo and other countries in Africa had higher lethality, that were more lethal and much more transmissible. So all the cases we were able to discard. However, we do continue being alert and on monitoring, because there are some cases in North America and in Brazil, but up to date in this country we have none. We just have the first ones from the outbreak, the first two. And the challenge that we have, and Minister also mentioned it, is um, the avian influenza. We know that this influenza has been extending itself, and through the different migration routes of the birds, this comes from North America and starts descending towards Central America and South America. So there you can see the different paths that these birds have for migration. And in 2023, there were many outbreaks in animals, and this was in 14 countries and territories, especially in the Americas. And in the last few years, they have also seen detection in different mammals. So we have some in the United States. There are some where there have been some cases. And in our country, we have wild mammals, but not productive mammals. And this means that not just having avian influenza and having the control, and we are working together with the SAG and the fishing organization, we do have vigilance or surveillance for human cases. And in March of 2023, through the monitoring of respiratory viruses, we were able to detect one in humans, which was in the north because the person lived in on the coastal area, and we were not able to identify the source, but there was a great amount of birds and seals on the coast, and the person is one of the three cases that we have. We have the case in the United States, a case in Canada and Ecuador, and the case in Chile. We had only one case in our country, but we were able to clearly, and what is satisfactory is that it was detected through monitoring influenza of the respiratory viruses that are carried out locally, since it was type A, but it could not be identified if it was H3 or, well, it was not H3, it was not H1, so they came to the Institute, and here we were able to identify it. We know that mm, we don't know when we're going to have a next pandemic, but we do know that there is going to be more pandemics. And why this is so important as well is because the concept of health and to monitor animals, people, environment so much. The WHO says that 60% of human pathogens have their origin in animals, whether they be wild or domestic, and 75% of the pathogens that are responsible for um, emerging animal diseases or re-emerging are have the potential of crossing the human-animal interface. Some of them are from zoonotic origin, and they can be transmitted to people. So it is a problem that we have to be paying attention to, and all the scientific community has to be working and carrying out studies and working hand in hand with the animal and the human part. And that is why we have the contact with the different services to be able to confront these challenges. That is what I wanted to present to you today as an introduction to this block of zoonotic infectious diseases and vectorial diseases. We would like to thank you for this presentation and that you can be here a few more minutes so that you can receive an acknowledgement. Thank you, Dr. Mora. The next conference via streaming is called Prionic Human Diseases. The speaker is Marcelo Barria from the University of Edinburgh. The Control of Science, Clinic Central for Clinical Brain Science. Dr. Barria is the head of the Laboratory of Encephalography in the university. His team is responsible for having the molecular diagnosis for prionic diseases in all of the country and carry out research in this field whose um, findings have been uh, published in influential journals. They have they talk about the potential of zoonotic contagion in human and prion diseases. Please go ahead. Thank you very much for this introduction. And I would also like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation, of course. And I would like to also thank even more the fact that you give space to this group of neurodegenerative diseases. As you mentioned in the introduction, we have important zoonotic potential and they can affect public health of a country in an enormous way. And one of the examples I would like to explain today is associated to what happened to the in the United Kingdom. With this presentation, I would like to invite you to walk for 25 minutes in the world of the prions, and my objective is to open up a discussion space to be able to make decisions in the future of how we can handle this in Chile. And that is why my email is here at the very beginning on the first slide, because it is 25 minutes I am going to be with you. And this space, the idea is that it can be open and that any contact, question, or any need that the country may have or the ISP to continue on this route, I would just like to let you know that I am available. So, as I was saying, prions are agents that are very particular. They are very particular. That they're not very conventional. They are associated to a protein and they can be presented in a great variety of different areas in science and in health. We will be talking about more about this in a few minutes. So as a generality of the prionic diseases, I would first like to say that they are neurodegenerative diseases that are 100% fatality. They affect humans and the animals who consume it, whether it be captive or wild animals. And we have a few examples. For example, in the cows, it's called scrappy that affects or affects um, sheep and goats, or spongiform bovine spongiform encephalopathy, which was in the United Kingdom. We also have diseases that are emerging in terms of animals, and one of them is the chronic wasting disease that affects deer and elks and moose, and it is affecting the United States, and it is an expansion at this time. And it is interesting that the first cases were also reported in Europe a few years ago. The zoonotic potential of this way shape of the disease is still being investigated and researched. The etiology of this can be sporadic, genetic, and acquired. And as I was saying, they can have a great number of different kinds of subtypes. In general, they are considered a spongiform encephalopathy, and it can be transmitted from one individual to another. With this slide, I would like to ask you to take and keep the first phrase that is in large letters at the top of the slide. It says the diseases by prions are infectious with long incubation periods. It's important to tell you that we're talking about a group of diseases that are infectious. They can be transmitted between individuals of the same species as well as uh, different species. So here we have the zoonotic potential, and the way that can be acquired can have very long incubation periods. For example, in the CID, it can have up to 50 years even in an individual without presenting symptoms. The Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, the CJD. And so we have an infectious disease, first of all, and second, it can have a very long incubation, very prolonged incubation, and this affects public health. The key characteristics of the diseases by prions, first of all, they are a molecule that cause the disease, which is this protein called prion. As I was saying previously, and it is important to highlight, it is transmitted between the same species as well as from between different species. Therefore, it has a zoonotic potential. The incubation can be very prolonged, and the disease can take years before it is manifested. And as I was saying, for example, on the CJD, which is up to 20, we have had cases up to 50 years. The infectious nature, as I was saying, is to highlight that they are diseases caused by prions and infectious. Some of the defining characteristics of the disease in general, and I am going to concentrate on humans at this time, is that it has dementia and other symptoms. The pathology is characterized by the neural loss, neurosis, the accumulation of the prion protein, which is in the brain, and in some cases and they can misfold and cause illness. On this slide, what I would like to do is compare between a control group and one that presents the CJD in humans. The top part of the slide is hematoxin in regular normal brain tissue, which looks very homogeneous. And in the bottom part, you can see the tissue that has been affected by prions. And as you can see, there is generalized damage in a cellular level, in a neuron level. And it presents these little holes that we call vapoles, which is very characteristic. And it changes like the spongy form that is associated to the loss of neurons. It is also, uh, there is a marker which is cleiosis. You can see this here, it looks normal, and here you have the accumulation of gliosis. So one of the hallmarks that is important of this disease is the accumulation of the protein prion, which is abnormal. We will explain this a little bit, which is the normal and the abnormal. But in this case, in the superior part, you can see a tissue that does not present the accumulation of the prion malfolded. And in the bottom part, you can see these clusters that are more color brown. And this is the accumulation of the prion protein in the tissue. Now, if we simplify and try to simplify the maximum possible and take it to a molecular level, I told you that it was associated to a protein that all of us here in the audience have. This protein is deposited generally in the brain, especially in the brain, in the central nervous system, and some peripheric organs, but the most accumulation is in the central nervous system. For some reasons that we are going to describe that can be sporadic or acquired, this protein, this normal protein changes the way it is formed. It has a deposit that is represented by this post-it color yellow. So you have this misfolding process. They change the way they are set up, and their shape ends up being completely different. It's the same protein, but what changes is the way the shape, so to say. And this is very interesting because when it changes from its normal structure to the structure associated to the disease, it acquires other biochemical properties. And these biochemical properties that we use in the laboratory are also used for the discrimination of cases. And for example, the misfolded protein is soluble in detergents, and if, as you saw, they start forming clusters, or and it is resistant to certain treatments. So, who do we owe this discovery to, and this prion concept? This gentleman who is here. This is Stanley Prusinet, and he had the hypothesis of prions in 82. And just to put into context the vision that Stanley had and the impact that his definition has had of infectious agents for even today, I would like to mention 4 points that he developed in his hypothesis. He says that prions are infectious prions with no precedent, that a group of neurodegenerative diseases cause through a mechanism that is completely new. We're not talking about a virus or a bacteria, we're just talking about a protein.
Prions are transmissible particles that do not have nucleic acid and seem to be made entirely of a protein that has been modified, a protein that has been misfolded, or PRCC. This normal protein turns into this misfold protein through a process in which they acquire a high content of beta protein. So this means the protein changes its shape. Different than the pathogens that have a phenomenon of nucleic acid, this is very interesting, and unfortunately we are not going to be able to discuss this during the presentation, but prions seem to decode certain strains of the structure of the protein that's not associated to nucleic acids. Now, as I was mentioning in the beginning, in the first slide where I was introducing the subject, the topic, prions have been a challenge since the history of these types of diseases and the description of the diseases, and the definition of it in humans is no exception. If we go back to the past with the discovery of Sally Prusik in 1982, we we can see it with the definition of the first cases of CJD, which happened in 1920s. And some background information about the CJD. It was worldwide, and it was about 1 to 2 cases per million of annual population. And it is important to highlight because, in general terms, the countries have a rate of incidence of 1 to 2 cases per million in the population. The range of age, most patients are between the sixth and eighth decade of life. The symptoms of the patients are fast dementia with ataxia, neoclonia, and visual anomalies. And there's also a high variability on the clinical phenotypes that they present. And this is very likely to the limited casuistic that they have. And the characteristic of strain and the composition of this protein might lead for the clinical um, operation to be different. As I was telling you, the prions have had this issue since they were first introduced and how to be defined and described. And this was first described by these two gentlemen on the screen, Creutzfeldt and Jackfold, in 1920. In 1921, the gentleman down here, Mr. Jacob, described 3 case reports in a scientific magazine where he included several diseases that to him weren't described and that needed to be named. He needed to name these diseases. And after reviewing the literature, he found that there were some very similar cases described in the past by a colleague of his, Mr. Hans Creutzfeldt, and that he described a year earlier, in 1921. And Jacob said that the cases were very similar to what he was describing, and he decided to take those and include them in the case report. Creutzfeldt never felt comfortable with that, and according to him, the cases were necessarily dissociative, and he wasn't very interested in participating in this definition of cases. Jacob kept going and said, okay, the definition of the disease of these two works of Jacob and Creutzfeldt will receive the name of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And this, which is why it has the two last names of these two researchers. And what's interesting is that there's always a debate when talking about prions, and there have been some analysis, retrospective analysis of the cohorts analyzed by Creutzfeldt and Jacob. And apparently Creutzfeldt was always right. And after doing an analysis of the past of those cases, the cases that he considered in his report, these cases are not cases that we know today of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And the cases that Jacob confirmed are really part of the pathology that he described. And the name should be nowadays only Jacob disease and not Creutzfeldt-Jakob. And that's one of the issues about the prions. As I was mentioning, the classification of the prions can be sporadic, it can be acquired, or genetic. And for those sporadic groups or idiopathic groups, if we look at how it looks, there are some sporadic cases with a rate of 1 or 2 cases of 2 million inhabitants of the world globally, and these are acknowledged at the clinical and histopathology level. In addition to these sporadic groups, we have a sporadic fatal insomnia, and those are cases that are also part of this sporadic group. And we also have some associated cases to these sporadic changes of the protein in these types of idiopathic patients, and that are associated to the PBSPR group. And as I was saying, the prion protein, when it changes its conformation, it has this characteristic that it's resistant to the proteolytic analysis, but for this pathology in particular, the prion protein is sensitive. We've tried to understand and analyze the causes, and it is unknown. It is believed it is random, and we are trying to figure out if there is an environmental contribution for the appearance of this disease. For the genetic cases in general, there are three diseases in particular: the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, the general Straussers, which is a mutation of those genetic cases of those patients that have a mutation of the prion protein. There's also FFI uh, and CJD. That's also part of this group, and there are other mutations related to this gen that codes a protein. All of these are associated to mutations to the gen that I just mentioned. Now, in the following slide, I would like to share the amount of mutations that have already been described. And of course, I'm not going to name each one of them, so just so that you can see them, but and so that you can have an idea that whenever we talk about prions, we're not talking about 3 or 4 possibilities of prions, of mutations of a phenotype. We have several types of mutation that can be associated to these genetic diseases. And the acquired cases, once again, this is an area that's very interesting, a very interesting branch, because if we look at the sonology for those acquired cases, we can differentiate 3 significant groups. First, the Kuru disease. This disease is a disease that has been eradicated, and that was associated to endoganitism and to tribal rituals in Papua New Guinea, where the patients consume parts of the brain of individual that might have been affected by the disease, and through the consumption of the brain, they would transfer the disease to other individuals, and that's when the pathology would develop. The Creutzfeldt pathogenic disease, it's associated to neurosurgeries, and there have been cases associated to the um, therapy of hormonal growth and or transplant of the cornea, neurosurgical procedures specifically. And maybe this type of or this group of this acquired group is the most known because it is associated to the exposure of the bovine spongivorm encephalopathy, and this is associated to the consumption of bovine meat contaminated with a disease of prions. We've also had a variant of the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease with blood transfusion, and unfortunately also due to occupational exposure. 85% of the cases of human prions are associated to sporadic CJD. About 5 to 10% are associated to hereditary or familiar group, and and then the rest to the acquired group. And I want to go back to this acquired group once again because this is one of the important aspects of how the United Kingdom had to face a huge public health issue associated to the um, apparition of this disease that was later transmitted to humans through the consumption of meat origin products coming from the livestock that was infected. This happened around the 80s and the mid 80s with the peak of the diseases with the bovine livestock and happening 10 years later. And in terms of figures, it is believed that around 200,000 heads were infected with this disease, bovine spongivorm encephalopathy. And this estimate, I would say, and it was described in the literature, it's not enough. It is expected that more than 2 million enter the food chain, and so the exposure to prions and the bovine that were infected was huge. And the way of handling of this emergency was with a thorough surveillance process and by the tracking of the infection. They had to do molecular assays, like Dr. Mora mentioned earlier, for certain viruses, and for these infectious agents, we had to do the same. We had to develop from scratch some laboratory tests that allow us to detect and decipher the disease in the bovine population. There was a transmission between species, and it happened a year later, and today we still can see evidence of a link between the bovine spongivorm encephalopathy and the new variants of the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Today, the number of diseases of CJD are 178 in the United States, but it's quite interesting because although the number seems to be small, there have been a few studies, 3 specifically, to assess the incidence of the asymptomatic population. It is believed that 1 every 2 people have the prion protein in that's in sleep mode. And what was the response of the United K to the CJD? Well, they did some surveillance and thorough surveillance of bovine spongivorm encephalopathy in all of the farms that had livestock. They did epidemiological studies with a thorough study on the patterns of the disease and the risk factors. They also did a prohibition of feeding livestock with proteins of animal origin. That was very important because it is believed that that is one of the causes of the increase of the infection of virus, and that was due to the fact that they were feeding the bovines with other animals that already had the prion protein. And what's important is that there was it's the beginning of the surveillance of the BSE, and there is improved method for surveillance. And they weren't just trying to look for a variant of the CJD, but they were trying to characterize and do this surveillance for all kinds of prionic diseases that were described during this presentation. As I mentioned, the surveillance of the CJD in the United Kingdom started as a pilot in 1982 to 1985 in Oxford, south of the island. And in 1990, there was surveillance of the CJD in the UK. It was made formal. And then in 1991, they there was a creation of a unit that is in charge of the monitoring and surveillance of the disease, located in Edinburgh. In 2002, there was a creation of a new building for uh, to carry out these tasks. The methodology of surveillance of the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease has a very broad aspect that goes from the acknowledgement of cases at the clinical level and also to the organization and the decision making at the public policy level, specifically to have a clear idea of how the disease is progressing and to avoid risks. The base of all of this is to identify the cases, and this is something that happens through the neurological centers throughout the country. These teams are also in charge of developing the second part of this pyramid. They do clinical studies and studies of the possible cases. There are some neuropathology studies for the post-mortem cases. But before getting to that studies, to those analyses, we develop and we do a monitoring of the lab uh, results for those cases that are possible CJD. And that means using modern technology such as techniques of Articric and PMCA, and I will not overview these in detail, these technologies during this lecture, but these are technologies that can be easily implemented in areas where there's an interest of developing the surveillance. All of this information is later shared and discussed during the public policies when talking about this group of diseases at the local level. Monitoring and surveillance in Chile of CJD. While trying to find information about what's the situation of today about surveillance of CJD in Chile, I searched in the internet this and I found this presentation provided by personnel of the Undersecretariat of Public Health to the Congress in April 2018, where they were trying to share the importance of the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. I took the slides, and thanks to the person who made these slides, I didn't find much information, only the link with the file. But thank you to the person who shared this slide with me. And it's important that this was discussed in Congress. And I'm using this slide in particular that I thought was very, very important because it helped me build the discussion that I want to have uh, about having and being concerned about CJD. Here it says 1 million people would have this disease. That was the incidence at the global level. And epidemiological studies suggest that in Chile, the number of cases is 1.3.5 per million inhabitants a year. it established that we are the country with higher occurrence globally, and in order to advance in its knowledge, it is this is mandatory according to Decree 458/04. The slide clearly establishes a severe problem because there is a lot higher incidence if compared with other countries. And when I was trying to find information and gather additional information after 2018, I only found a couple of additional papers that try to characterize some clinical cases, and there isn't much information about epidemiological characterization. So what I want to say here is that today we have very little information about the monitoring and the surveillance of CJD in the country. Now going back to the United Kingdom, the surveillance for for CJD in the UK establishes a lot of processes, and to highlight some of them, the the laboratory studies are now a platform that allows for a new criteria to identify cases. These are methodologies that are cannot be transferred and that are applicable. Now, our question is, can we transfer these technologies and bring this knowledge to Chile? When I was telling you in the beginning that the goal of my presentation was to open up a dialogue, and a dialogue is usually started with a question, right? And the question that I asked myself for a couple of weeks while I was preparing this presentation was, is it possible today to establish a formal surveillance at the clinical laboratory level for CJD? And that's what I was asking myself when I was doing this presentation. Is it possible to do that today? And as time goes by, I started finding more information about Chile's situation. And today, as an expert in prions, I would like to start the discussion not just by asking this question, but with a statement that's very personal, of course. And this statement is that I personally believe that if today it is possible to do this formal surveillance of at the clinical laboratory level for CJT in the country. And with this statement, I would like to conclude my presentation and open up the discussion. And if you have any kinds of questions or comments, or if I can be of any help to continue with the process, I am more than available. Thank you.
We would like to thank Marcelo Barria from the University of Edinburgh for the presentation with prionic human diseases. If there is any question, we can have them now. We can ask them now. Good afternoon, Dr. Eugenio Ramirez. It is a pleasure to have you here. I hope you can hear me okay. Okay, now I can hear you. Good afternoon, Doctor. This is. I recognize your voice. Thank you. No doubt you are. We are very proud of you as a country, and that is why, of course, you are invited today. And I would like to take 5 seconds just to say that Dr. Barria, a few months ago, was a student that graduated and very successfully from the Universidad Austral and did his practice and thesis on public health, and now is leading laboratories worldwide. And that is something that makes us all proud. And with that same pride, I would like to ask you, what is the vision from there, from way up where you are, to help us on the other side of this puddle to go forward in this that doesn't seem like it exists? However, the information does show that we have higher prevalence than in other countries in the region, and that we have not taken this on as something as important as we should. I would like to hear from the opinion of an expert. What do you see for the future of Chile? First, Eugenio, for your kind words. It is an honor to be able to present, as you say, from the origin of my scientific career have been in the ISP, so it's very important. And it is a reprieve to come back to this place. Regarding your question, it is a very good question, and in reality, as I said, through the course of my presentation is that the elaboration of a surveillance plan, even though it may sound very complex, has to be taken on from an optimistic point of view, and it can be carried out in a not so complicated way. Today, in the transfer of technology is something that is easy, globally speaking. Therefore, to establish laboratory techniques, whether they be from proteins, molecular, or pathological, it is possible. So, the University of Edinburgh, that I belong to, is extremely interested in being able to go forward in deciphering what the real situation of the disease is in Chile. So, from this side of the puddle, as you say, we are completely available to be able to go forward together and willing. And even though it can present some difficulties, but I believe that at the end, in terms of public health, that I believe this has a very relevant importance. Thank you. Another question? Hello, Dr. Pablo Vial. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask you, what are the diagnostic tests based on, the specific ones, and if they can detect the disease before they have clinical symptoms? Yes, today we use, for the definition of cases that are still live, we use molecular technology. And there is a technology that we have developed and optimized in lab that is called real time quaking technique. And basically, this takes on the characteristic of the prion protein, which is capable of misfolding the normal prion protein. You place these two proteins together in a reaction, and through the detection of amyloids that are aggregated, it starts going through to see the gradual increase to see if the sample has the prion protein. In simple words, it is a process that generally we had to wait into a post-mortem stage to be able to carry this out and be able to confirm. But however, now we can do it in clinical cases. So in preclinical stages, well, today there is research regarding this that is associated to the detection of cases, but generally when patients present the clinical symptoms, and when they come to the neurologist sends us a sample so that we can somehow contribute with a clinical diagnosis. What sample? What sample is used? Generally, encephalorachidal liquid. Is there any other question? Hello, yes. Ofelia Cordova. I come from Peru, and I just wanted to ask regarding the behavior of infection. It is very rare that it has that infectious potential. Is there a regulation system, molecular? Why does it have that capability if we know that once that it has produce a protein that stops having that biological role, how can it then continue from one species to another and consume it in a certain way? I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear. Yes, perfectly. In reality, that is one of the main characteristics of these prionic diseases, and it is that the infectious agent, as you say, is a protein that is not associated to the uh, to what we usually see. What you see is the capability of this protein to be able to transfer information, being that the agent that transfers the information is just a protein. And as a part of the presentation, I spoke about the concept of a strain. It is very interesting to have this concept of strain because it seems like the different way that they come together gives a different particular characteristics that gives different medical diagnosis. So once the strain has this way form, it starts to it can propagate, and it is possible to establish in a clear way what pathology it corresponds to. What I'm trying to say is that it's stable. Once a strain is stabilized over time, the information is transferred, and as you say, it does not require nucleic acid. It but just the different product tertiary or others to be able to do so. Thank you, doctor. So we would like to then thank you. A big round of applause for this time and what you have shared with us today. It has been a pleasure. Thank you very much once again for the invitation, and I hope that you can continue enjoying the conference that you have left. A pleasure. We would also like to thank you for the email and the emails that you, hundreds of emails you're going to receive. So now continuing forward, the chorus, we have the virally transmitted diseases through mosquitoes, the laboratory diagnosis through the ISP, and the technological transference. Natalia Becerra is the speaker, and she has specialty in biology, molecular biology laboratory, as well as biology and public health. She has a master's in public health with mention in epidemiology and public health management. She is also with biomolecular, uh, biomedicine, and others. And she is currently working at the ISP, where she is leading research implementation of new methodologies and training to professionals in molecular techniques and virological diagnosis. She has participated in surveillance programs of viral diseases and in international projects of WHO and OPS. I would like to leave with you Natalia Becerra. It is a pleasure to be here to share some of our work in the ISP, especially in biomedical laboratory. I am in viral diseases department in the area of viral emerging, and what I am going to present today is having very important in the public health that those diseases transmitted by mosquitoes and the relevance the clinical diagnosis has, the prevalence and control and prevention of these diseases. Currently, we have many components like climate change, ecosystem changes, and the movement of people who helps the propagation of these diseases. And today we are going to see arbovirosis, and we will see the increase of diagnosis capability in the national network. So, what are the arbovirus? It is a group of viruses transmitted by hematophagous arthropods, and that this is due to the U.S. Letters. That is why it's arbovirus. We do not have any of these in Chile at this time. So what virus or arbovirus are we surveilling in Chile? We have from the Flaviviridae, the dengue, yellow fever, and Zika virus. From Togaviridae, we have Mayaro virus and Chikungunya virus, and from the Bunjaviridae, we are surveilling Oropoche virus. And within the family of viruses, dengue, Zika, chikungunya, and yellow fever are given by the vector Aedes aegypti, which we do have national presence of, and Oropuche and Mayaro, with the vector Culoides paraensis that we do not have in our territory. The arbovirus present symptoms that are common, such as fever and myalgia, that have certain symptoms that can make us doubt certain infection, like for example arthritis is for example associated to chikungunya or Zika, and we also have symptoms that when they are become worse, which can be encephalitis, for example, in an hemorrhagic fever, for example, with yellow fever. So, what is the role of the Institute of Public Health in infections by arbovirus? It has to carry out the surveillance in the area where we have this vector, and also to carry out surveillance of suspicious people who have carried out trips in endemic places of these viruses that are transmitted by mosquitoes. The appearance of the disease depend on the abundance of the vector, and also is regulated by the climate and ecological environment. We have different areas and climates in our country, and climate change has also made there be microclimates that make it possible for these vectors to appear where they did not exist before. So, where is our surveillance? Actively in the north, where we have our neighbors from Peru and Bolivia who have these vectors. And we also have presence of that vector in that area. We also have surveillance in the Andes, where we have the border with Argentina, and the south and the island of Isla de Pascua. Our surveillance started in the year 2000, when we had an outbreak of dengue 1 in the Rapa Nui. And in 2014, there was an outbreak of Zika. And then we found the vector once again in the northern area, especially in Arica. And at that time, we also started active surveillance in the north of the country. In 2023, we started a surveillance because of the presence of the vector in the region of Valparaiso due to the trucks that were coming through. In 2024, we started the surveillance network for arbovirus, which is the center area, the north, continental north, and the part of the island which is Rapa Nui. In this table, we can see all of the different laboratories who are a part of this network, which are in the center and in the north, and also the island. And this started in 2019 when we carried out the transfer of the RT-PCR to the laboratory of the hospital of Rapa Nui, which was a project financed by VIP, and then it incorporated Arica. And in 2024, the network was extended, taking advantage of the diagnostic abilities that COVID left. What is the role of diagnosis and of the medical laboratory in the diagnosis of this disease? the early identification and confirmation of transmission by arbovirus, identify agent serotype and genotype, to have surveillance in the increase or the drop of transmission come from the cases of the disease and characterization of the cases. How do we do this? We have molecular diagnosis with the detection of genoma, serotypification with RT-PCR, viral sequenciation, and we also have it through serological. What is the time where we can carry out the diagnosis? It starts with when somebody gets by a mosquito bite, and it starts in the clinical phase, which is usually between days 3 and 7. Then they start with the symptoms, and with them we start with the viremia, where we can have molecular diagnosis, and that would be between 0 and 7 days approximately, where the clinical phase begins. Then we have the response of antibodies that usually are IgM, and then a phase of convalescence where we can also use IgG. And this is our opportunity for diagnosis. Arbovirus surveillance. I am going to show you the period from 2020 to 2024 where we had an increase in the amount of suspicious causes in 2024, and which coincided with outbreaks in our neighboring countries. From all of the cases that are sent for confirmation of the suspicious cases, 78% are negative, 32% are positive. But mostly from the positive, 29% are imported cases. In continental Chile, we don't have any budget except for in the island of Rapa Nui, which is 3%. There was also an outbreak of dengue in 2024 in the island of Rapa Nui, which was identified as genotype 5 E. And we have a network, and this shows the result of Arica between 2020 and 2024, where there is an increase of the cases in 2021, which coincides that in the year 2020 we started with the ground, moving of people. In 2022, there was a transfer to the hospital of Arica, and our cases dropped because they had autonomy to be able to resolve in a local manner. And in this period between 2020 and 2024, there were 8 cases of positive dengue cases and 5 in 2024. All of them are imported cases. The case of the Andes, which we also have active surveillance, something happened with the percentages, which is 43. Only suspicious cases in 2023 and 2024, which coincides with the appearance of the vector in those areas. And in 2024, we carried out the technological transfer to the San Camilo Hospital in Los Andes. For the island of Rapa Nui, Easter Island, we had the island was shut down for tourism from 2020 to 2023, so the cases were minimal. However, then it opened up again in January of 2024, and in March of 2024, we had an outbreak with 32 positive cases of dengue, and the tourism was closed and it was opened only to continental countries, and the transit continued closed from the Polynesian area. So this came from a tourist, most likely from Brazil.
In 2024, we had 4 cases of chikungunya imported, and it matches another outbreak that happened in Paraguay. Regarding characterization of the confirmed cases through sequenciation, we have that in 2024 we had 8 cases of dengue 2, genotype 2, of patients that had a trip to Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, and we had 4 cases of dengue 3 subtype 3, with patients that went to Mexico and Venezuela with dengue 1, genotype 5, and travelers to Brazil, Peru, and Bolivia, and Angaroa. And in total, it was 24 positives. The surveillance of arbovirus of 2024 diagnosis, 65% was made through RT-CPR, which means these are acute pre-acute cases, and 35% was through serology. From that amount of diagnosis through RT-PCR, the 14% was taken to sequenciation, with which we did a characterization that I showed you earlier. Regarding the precedence of the origin of the confirmed cases that we have, is that the most amount of cases are people who traveled recently to Brazil, Argentina, or Peru. And for this case, 2025, we've had so far 279 cases, suspicious cases of arbovirus, with which we've had 18 positive cases for the dengue virus and 1 confirmed case of Otopuchi virus. The person that gave positive to Otopuchi had recently been to Brazil, and the sequencing that we obtained from those positive dengue were serotype 2, genotype 2, and they had been to Peru and Brazil very recently. Thank you very much for your attention, and this is part of the team of the lab. Some were not there. We couldn't take the photo, but those were the ones that were there. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia. Now we are going to ask Dr. Mora to come forward to give you an award for your participation. Thank you very much. Up next, it is time for the conference for the next presentation, next lecture presented by Dr. Maria Isabel. This is the emerging parasitic disease. She's from the Austral University of Chile, Masters in Tropical Diseases from the University of Valencia, Spain, Masters of Biotechnology of the University of Granada, Doctor in Science of the Program of Technology, Fundamental Technologies and Systems from the Granada, Spain University. She is currently the head of the parasitology department of the ISP. She's mainly focused on the diagnosis of parasite in diagnosis and infections, and with a reference lab with a emphasis and a focus on public health, which has been translated into scientific papers, books written about the topics, and international association for the PAHO. I give the floor now to Maria Isabel Jarczyk, doctor and medical technologist. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I am happy to be here to share my experience from the parasitology regarding the diagnosis of parasite diseases. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity of attending the history of Chilean parasitology. And this is a book of more than 300 pages that Dr. Werner Abt wrote, and he has been working as a doctor for more than 60 years. And he wrote this based on his experiences and gathering of photographs. In the image you can see of the book, you see Dr. Juan Noé on the horse. Uh, and Dr. Juan Noé is the one and was the one that was responsible of the campaign of malaria, eradication of malaria in Chile. And we owe him, although he was not Chilean, he was Italian, but we owe him the fact that from 1995 we are free of the malaria disease. His book starts with the times of the colonia. And from those times, we knew, or we kind of knew what the trends would be like for our country. As you can see in the text that's highlighted in the red box, you will see that the proto doctor was the doctor of the royalty. That was the person in charge of controlling diseases. And what this professional is saying is that the city of Concepcion is affected by dysentery disease, which were the most important diseases during that time, the colonia. And the proposal of the cure is something that I want you to take a look at. What he proposes is that we need to eat rhubarb and pink medication or syrup. And that's what he proposes. That was a way to solve those diseases and the importance that it had back then. But from then on, we experienced several periods that have been significant in terms of the achievements. And I just mentioned that Dr. Juan Noé was very important for the eradication of malaria, as it says that we have no origin cases since back then, and what he did back then is impossible to replicate today. To fight this with DDT is something we cannot think of we can do. To put oil in the water to kill the larvae is impossible today, but that's what they did back then. And the prevalence was so high in Arica that 60% of the population was infected with malaria. After that, once malaria was controlled in Chile, the team of parasitology of the different universities focused on other challenges, and they wanted to control the vectorial disease of Chagas, which is the second country that was able to do that since 1989 and was recertified by the Commission of the Pan American Organization of Health in 2016. We were also able to control the transfusional transmission of the Chagas disease, that is from blood donated to a recipient. After those success I just mentioned, let's add that these enteroparasites decrease slowly, and that was due to two main things: the regulations applied to control cholera in Chile, and the control of the drinkable water in Chile and the sewage systems. Most of the diseases today and the water that consumed today is drinkable water in the entire country. That includes rural areas through the supply of safe rural water. If that had continued as it was, it is very likely that our country would have been considered a paradise free of parasite diseases, and I would have to go home. I would surveil from home. Yeah. Parasites have co-evolved. They have an advantage on us, and I'm sharing today some surprises and some changes related to that. This is a trend that we saw happening until 2017, and there was a breakage that year. And why? And here I'll share some answers with you. Sorry. First, climate change that was mentioned by previous lecturers. Also, the mobility of the adaptation of the vectors, which has been key. They are reaching areas that they wouldn't go to in the past. An increase in trips and migrations. We're not just receiving migration, but we're also traveling a lot more. And when we travel more, we are exposed to territories and diseases that are mostly areas where there are parasite diseases that are important that we can bring back with us along with our souvenirs. The health and the zoonotic. Most of diseases are zoonotic, and when the humans go to these areas where there are these infectious diseases, and when that happens, we have this framework where this can happen. Detection and the resistance to the drugs. The parasite diseases are affected by this, and World Health Organization raised an alert not so long ago saying that all of the efforts that have been made to control malaria in the world might be lost due to the resistance of the virus to these drugs. There isn't a lot of interest in the pharmaceutical companies to develop new molecules, and the medication, antiparasite medication, have in average more than 60 years in use. We do not have new molecules to try to treat parasites. This is a concern, specifically when talking about the resistance. And there isn't much interest from the industry that produces commercial reactives, those laboratories, to develop new strategies. In addition to all of this, we have a loss of training for the health professionals. There's less training, there's less teaching about these types of parasite diseases. So they have less time to teach students about this topic. So there's less knowledge. So this is something that has happened in Chile as well as in the entire world, which is why WHO said that we have diseases that we won't be able to take care of or control if we don't pay attention to them now. That was transferred to a program for those diseases that are not paid, that people do not pay attention today. And and since this presentation is focused on the new changes and what has happened in these past years, let's talk about those things that have changed in our country. This is are the historical figures and a section of positive cases. This is from the ISP data, parasitology, and the most amount of cases that we have available. Positive samples come from suspicion of the Chagas disease, then cystic echinococcus, toxoplasma, toxocara, and strongyloids. Strongyloids is something that you don't even have in your spectrum or you don't really know about. This is a re-emerging disease. And I have some bad news. One every four person in this room is positive of Toxoplasma gone. I don't know how to come back. Can you please go back one slide? This means 25% of the population in Chile is positive to Toxoplasma. And now I'll tell you about those parasite diseases that have changed. Some are the same in time, such as the Chagas disease, the toxoplasmosis. We continue to have the same figures. Some doctors were talking about 27% of the population in Chile that was infected. Today it's at 25%. So one every four persons in Chile are infected. And the main cause is eating raw meat. So those who like crudos, maybe think about it. Think about it twice. It's not such a good idea. That's my recommendation. So what has changed? Which ones have changed its strengths? Well, trichinosis. Trichinosis we knew were caused by Trichinella spiralis, and the only reservoir in Chile was pig. But now we have cases produced by a wild boar. And in 2005, we published this along with doctors of the hospital of that same region, of the Araucanía region, this case about the first infection produced of Trichinella spiralis due to the consumption of wild boar. there is a trend of hunting wild boars and then eating these wild boars after we hunt them. That's kind of like a tour offered by companies, but it is very often that that doesn't happen, and as often, I mean, it's they're not well cooked, so it's not such a good idea to go and do this as a recommendation. There are changes then, and it would happen that this would happen in the winter, and now we have other customs such as traditional festivals, and it's not only on our traditional holidays. A lot of the meat that was eaten during the national holidays were coming from pig and not as much as beef. And anticucho is not the safest way of eating this type of meat. And for the Mapuche holidays, Mapuche New Year, it's a good way to connect with our indigenous people. And it's also a new reason of outbreaks. So what we're seeing here is the cystic echinococcosis and human hidatidosis, and we have cases all over the country. What you'll see here is the idate the parasite extracted from a surgery from a 9-year-old child. This is a cyst that measured 30 centimeters approximately, using all that space. And as you can see in the image here, this is another cyst that has some children cysts in its presentation. This is something that should not exist because we have ways of controlling it, and we are neglecting this as public health. And because we want to support all of this work, we are working on providing knowledge about these parasite diseases, and we are supporting all of these studies, and we have done a characterization about this cyst, and we have found that today in Chile we have predominantly the genotype G1, which is transmission through a common bovine and a sheep, and we have a new species, Inococcus canadiensis. And so the epidemiology and all of the progress made through the analysis of disease have allowed us to understand a little better these parasite diseases. Now, Toxocara canis, Toxocariasis, it's a parasite that comes from dogs, and there's also a variant for cats. And what's happening today with this parasite disease? This has increased the amount of people infected, and we have different presentations that are different than the ones we used to see. As an example, this is a case that was published with the Hospital of Valdivia, which is a brain lesion due to toxocariasis. This is a patient that had cats and that unfortunately the larvae of the parasite reached his brain and caused issues. And that was detected thanks to the images where it was possible to see the presence of the larvae. The amount of cases have increased, and we have another thing that's interesting and that I would like to comment. This parasite disease was of children. We would say that children were the main infected. And as you can see here in the graph, there is a breakage between two curves. We have the blue curve that's going downwards, and that's the amount of children infected. And the orange or the red curve is adults. And what does it mean? We have an epidemiological change, and now we have much more adults infected than children. This is something that happened in 2017, and you may ask yourself, and we can provide answers, but this is because having a dog or a cat, it's much closer with the adults than with the children, and that means we are more exposed to these parasite diseases without knowing it, and that causes an endless amount of symptoms that we didn't have.
So it's important, and that is the message, to be able to take good care of our pets, whether they be cats or dogs. Another parasite, strongyloides. This worm that we had only in certain parts of the country is now as uh, an infection that is present in the full territory. As you can see, the number of cases has been in an increase. We had in 2011 only 7 positive cases, and now in the last year 65 positive cases for this parasite. What is the problem of this disease? And there you can see the larva moving. Strongyloides, estercoralis, that they are in a plural liquid of a patient that was um, in the hospital due to a respiratory disease, a severe respiratory disease, and it causes problems it, in the ICU. She was in the ICU, and in this situation, the disease increases parasites, which causes even more symptoms and even death. So now we are going to get away a little bit from the big parasites and we're going to go to the little ones, the protozoes. This is Plasmodium expansion, malaria, for example. We said we have no autochthonous cases, but we do have the presence of the vector. And as the map shows, in 2 different regions of the country, Arica and Parinacota, and also in the region of Tarapacá. This is historical presence, so we have a risk that if a mosquito crosses with an infected person, we can once again have this vector. So every year the number of cases has increased. And since 2017, remember that I told you that 2017 was an important year? Well, that year there was an increase of cases, even to the point to now in 2024 we have 42 confirmed cases. In this study, we have already come forward as a laboratory of reference and we have been working with the resistance. I mentioned that the WHO said that you have to be careful with the resistance. So in this case, we reported through a publication in the year 2021 the first finding in a group of reggae music that went to Africa and they all came back sick with malaria. And unfortunately for them, they were malaria resistant. In other words, we had to carry out research that we have been carried out since 2023 and 2024, whose objective was to be able to find the resistance patterns here in Chile and most likely install surveillance over time to be able to see and be able to give information to the Ministry of Health. Leishmania, something that maybe is even further away, but the trips are bringing them closer, and migration is bringing cases in. Patients, the VIH, HIV, 54 years old, with a lesion, a large lesion in his face, and he was the first diagnosis that we were able to carry out in a complete way through serology, through histology, and molecular as well, and they found Leishmania brasiliensis for this case. We have been working together with the different doctors of different hospitals to be able to support in the follow-up of these patients as well as this report of cases. And if you can see, the numbers also going in increase each year. We have more suspicious and confirmed cases. And to finalize, some unique cases, and that means that they doesn't mean that they're not special. Schistosoma hematodio, which is a parasite that does not exist in Chile, but it does exist in Africa, and our patient is there in the water. And with authorization of him, we have this picture, and he was contagious in a work trip, when he went for 1 year to Africa, and he came back to Chile with symptoms of hematuria, and we had the opportunity of being able to take in his samples and diagnose it through microscopy, and this was the first case we have seen here in Chile. Filaria, we do not have this in Chile as well, but migration has brought in patients, and we have already had 3 diagnosed cases of patients who came from Congo, those who transmitted through mosquitoes as well. Babesia. We had 1 case in Chile, but it was also a challenge because first it was confused with malaria and the 60-year-old patient with cancer, and the pathology was associated to cancer. But what had really happened was that he had traveled to go see his son in the United States. He visited pieces that have deer, the beautiful deer, but there's also insects, and he was therefore contagious. And you can see all these little points in the image on this side near me, and within the red blood cells you can see there the disease. 2024, and we have a case of a parasite in the eye. This is a patient from England, and she came to Chile after going through different countries. And in her trip, she decided to go snorkeling to the Galapagos Islands. And in the Galapagos Islands, they have the transmission for marine animals of this parasite called Philophthalmus lacrimosus that we were able to characterize by morphology and molecular biology. The eye that you can see there is belongs to a bird. That is usually where we do find this parasite, but it is also a risk that we can be exposed to. Nobody tells us when we go as tourists that we have these risks associated and present in this environment of One Health where we all live. And from this year, a patient went traveled to Peru, came back with intestinal issues that continued for months, and unfortunately, they ended up with a colon resection. And in the biopsy, there was an image that was compatible with a parasite. That is a nematode Angiostrongylus costarricensis, and unfortunately, he lost total function of his colon. Unfortunately, we have been able to contribute to these diagnoses thanks to the support of the team from the laboratory and from the genetics department who help us in identifying and sequencing these agents. And the final message is that parasite diseases are not in extinction as we thought, but they have not been taken care of. Thank you very much. We are going to give an acknowledgement to Dr. Please, Dr. Mora, for Dr. Jedzik. Thank you very much. So now we are going to have a small break, and we would like to invite you to visit the posters, which have already been changed most likely according to the program. So we will see you then in 20 more minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed a nice coffee. And before we continue with the keynote speeches, I want to give the floor now to the head of the Subdepartment of Non-Transmissible Diseases, Dr. Hugo Moscoso. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Before we begin, I would like to thank my department and my bosses for the opportunity on opening up this blog, which is part of the commemoration of the 50 years of existence of the laboratory of compatibility. And I want to do so with a message that reflects what I'm going to share with all of you today. Every time we see a successful project, it means that at some point someone made a brave decision. In 1974, the head of the Department of Immunology, Bacteriological Institute, Dr. Sorensen, pediatrician immunologist, 2 years later, who 2 years later made left to the United States, um, created this department with the support of Dr. Luis Martes, French doctor, advisor of the Pan American Health Organization. And that was possible due to the funding of the United Nations for Development and the support of doctors participating from other centers interested in the same topic, the University of Chile and Catholic University. Without questions, I need to highlight those who have had work in histocompatibility, a group of people that throughout the year has shown their vocation and their commitment with transplantation and public health. We were able to have a greeting from Dr. Sorensen that I want to share with all of you today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of sending my greetings and congratulations to the ISP, to the Department of Non-Transmissible Diseases, and especially the group uh, that we are celebrating today, the Laboratory of Histocompatibility. This has had an incredible notoriety in Chile, and for more than 50 years has had a huge trajectory. And I'm pleased to say that working with this Department of Transplant and Tissue of Organs, uh, I'm very proud, and it's worth highlighting. The studies you have made of Ichige studies is unique, and it has a promising future in Chile. And the tradition of public health will allow the study of other uses, to study the other uses of this, not only for organ and tissue transplant, but also to increase our knowledge of HLA expressions of an individual and susceptibility or resistance to several pathologies. In this context, and looking at the future, in the near future, I want to refer to these last aspects in particular. Antigens HLA class 1 or 2 have been recognized as factors of significance in several uh, microbial and bacterial diseases. And it has been proven that for almost all infections that have been studied, there are several antigens HTA that are associated to it that are resistant to the infections. While in the same family group or ethnical group, other constellations of HTLA are clearly associated to a higher susceptibility to specific infections that are prolonged or more severe and that are possible fatal. In that case, a constellation of HLA antigens that had no detrimental consequences turns into severe disease due to that exposure. And some of the mechanisms that were the HLA Antigens Act affect the T lymphocytes. And these constellations of HLA are are well known now and offer an option for treatment, such as the use of plasma, Holyphocytus T, and members of those families, or also groups that are exposed to the same pathogen that were not affected severely because they had allelos HLA associated to the infectious agents causing which is the cause of a severe disease. Lastly, I would like to say hi to all of you, and I would like to congratulate you all, and I hope that the next 50 years are really successful, opening up new areas of knowledge for Chile that lead this histocompatibility department of the ISP to continue to distribute its role of excellence, not only nationally but also internationally. Dr. Sorensen, May 13, 2025. Thank you very much.
Continuando con el programa,
Let's continue with the
hoy
program.
corresponde a la conferencia Procuramiento
Now it's
y
time
Trasplante
for the
en Chile.
conference of
Su
procurement and
instructor es el
transplant in
doctor
Chile.
José Luis
The
Rojas, que
lecturer
trabaja
is
en el
Dr. Jose
Consejo
Luis Rojas, who
Municipal
work in
de
the National
Procura
Coordination
del
of
Ministerio de
Procurement
Salud.
and Transplant of the Ministry of Health.
El doctor José Luis
Dr. Jose
Rojas es
Luis
médico
Rojas
cirujano de la
is
Universidad de
medical
Chile con
surgeon of the
especialización
University
en
of Chile
organ
with specialized in
donación,
internal
en
medicine
donación de
with a
órganos
master's
y
in organ donation
transplantación de
and
Barcelona.
transplant of
Tiene
the
una
University of
trayectoria
Barcelona. He has
permanente
a long
en
career
el
in the
trasplante de
promotion and
órganos a
procurement
nivel
and
nacional.
organ transplant
Integró la Corporación
nationally.
Tratante
He
del
was part of
Fondo
the
por el Medio y
coordination and
posteriormente
he was a medical
director médico
coordinator
nacional.
and later was the
Actualmente,
national
desde
medical
2024,
coordinator.
se
Since
desempeña
2024
como
on, he has worked as
coordinador nacional de
national
trasplantes
coordinator
del
of
Ministerio de
transplants
Salud.
of the Ministry of Health
Por
of Chile.
favor.
Doctor, please come forward.
Eh,
Okay, time's running.
a ver, en primer lugar, esta diapositiva se ocupa
Firstly,
porque
and this is a slide that I always share I have been sharing this for a long time because I think it's very important to understand that the entire system of transplant donation is based on the trust of the patients because they were going to use the organs while you're alive. So we should provide trust to the patients and the selection of organs and waiting lists, etc. And Chile has always complied with the premise of having a very trustworthy system. We have a transplant law that has more than 30 years now. We have a unique national system of waiting lists that is managed by the ISP. And we have a donation system that has been marked by these unique systems from the public and private sectors. And there has been an advantage at regional level. When we talk about the amount of donors that we have in the world, the little amount of donors of the big amount of donors, and we compare that with rates, and around the 2000s, and I'm sorry because I have a cold, it was studied statistically that the magical number was 40 donors per million. The figures from the amount of brain deaths and cephalic death uh, make us deduce that due to those deaths, we have about these 40. We should have 800 effective donors at the national level today. And this has changed with time, and we'll see the reasons of why. And Spain showed us that these 40 million, it was possible. Spain has 50 per million, and the European average is around the 20 something, 20, 25 millions. And when you look at the figures of different countries, you see Spain once again highlighted and a little bit below you will see the UK, Uruguay, that's also near the 20 per million figure around the European number. And why do they have more than 40 per million? And that's not a statistical mistake. That's because today the donors are not coming from those who have brain deaths, but also for who have a heart that stopped or after heart failure. And this is something that has changed. And in Latin America, we have Argentina with 18 in average, Brazil between 15 or 18 in average, Chile, and it says 9.8. Today we're reaching around 11. If we look at the census, would be in 12.5 if we're strict while looking at the numbers. And I include Japan here as a very developed country that you think might have a big amount of donors, and they have a rate of 1.2. And why does that happen? It's because they have cultural issues when talking about that made it impossible to have this encephalic death. But for the heart, there wouldn't be an issue. So that's how they solve it. And living donors, or maybe they travel to other countries to receive organ donation. So countries solve their demand of transplants depending on their local realities. And what I was saying is that in the world, as you can see in the number in blue, it says 45,759 donors. And about that amount, these are neglected donors. And I'm sorry, donors with those types of deaths. And so the gap of donors is huge. It's global. Spain has this rate of 50 per million, and what they do with this rate in Spain is that their patients are not waiting a long time for their organ. The demand is always there. And when you look at the models of donations, the Spain model, which is the most successful one, that starts with hospital coordination, solid hospital coordination, and that was the base of the success of the Spain model. And then a national transplant organization is also solid, autonomous, that depends on the Ministry of Health, but it has some autonomy for those processes of inspection, the managing of human resources, economic resources. It's a small ministry, this organism. Then the other extreme is the American model. These are external organizations that activate, do the entire process, and then they send an invoice. It's a much more expensive model for us, but somehow it's also successful. But in the end, the donation system is more related to the system that they're in. The European model is successful and easy to replicate. Public health is very powerful there. And we had a system like this. We had a corporation of transplant, and I was part of it, and that was an NGO. So it looked like the American model, but no money involved. We were not sending invoices. We had to do fundraising. We would buy the eyes from our pockets for those who were part of it. Back then, it was very romantic, but it was very precarious. And it would work. We would have organs, but that was based on the frameworks that I just mentioned, a structural framework with an ISP as the sole organism, and we would receive the support of the public and private establishments, and we were able to have this framework to work in. This out of the hospital model is not something that anybody values. It's like a favor, and it's the fault of the society when there's no enough donors. So it's not a problem of the organization, but the people are bad, and that's when it happens. The poor are not receiving organs, and the rich are. And when you look at the curves of transplant, you see that that represents the distribution of our of the insurance. This is how it looks like. 70% of our donors were beneficiaries from FONASA, the national um, health system. This isn't happening today. The waiting lists are managed. The controller's office helped us quite a lot with that. And when you look at the wait list, they are very clear, very transparent. The Public Health Institute is from the state, where the distribution criterion are also standardized, are agreed upon, and everybody participates in the construction of this donor and transplant system in Chile. In 2010, the change in the law was the most significant change in history after the publication of the one in 1986. Why? Because it established two important aspects. It gave the state a tangible responsibility that they needed to take care of this. It's not like somebody needs to take care of the organs and do the transplants. This is a responsibility of the state. If the state wanted to have a um, agreement and nominal and do this through an external party, that could happen as well. And as an NGO, we would say no, that shouldn't be like that. It should be part of the responsibility of the state. You have as a state the responsibility about 80% of what happens in public sector with public hospitals, and the impact is lies there. And the other thing is that we transform from 2010, where donors when we're 18, unless we say otherwise. And what did we learn from the Spanish model from the beginning is that we are children of the Spanish model. But yeah, I do believe that these aspects are very important. They have very adequate technical basis, a network of coordinators of transplants. The coordinators work within the hospitals, and they also have a national coordination as a powerful organization. And I think that those three ones in red, such as a quality program, an inspection that comes, that's what we need to work on. Those three red, the red ones. And we need to understand that the donation is a health problem, not the people. It's not that the people are not donating enough. Uh, what are we doing in hospitals to have a more efficient process? And that's the issue. And we began with this inside the hospitals. We have three levels. We have us with at an office, administrative level, with an operational level, which is a UGCC, which coordinates the process between different actors. Every time we have a donor, they coordinate the creation of a donor on a hospital with the ISP, with the airplanes, with everything that that means, and the operational level, which is the one that generates the processes. And those are the hospitals. And that's where we have made the progress, and that's the heart of the work, the hospitals. And that's where, with that, we were able to install inside hospitals that donors are a priority, and we were able to do so through indicators. And the first indicator was this: we share this goal with the hospitals. They have this rate. The hospital has a million amount of inhabitants, and we will have 10 donors per million. You get 10 million, I mean, 10 donors. If the hospital has only 100,000, then they get just one donor. It was the first time that they realized that donors were part of the health processes. Before that, it seemed like an anecdote. The hospitals that would do transplant, they were happy to have donors, but those that didn't, they didn't really feel part of the system. And then we said, okay, where do we have to increase the detection of possible donors? And that is a process that's a lot more lengthy. And then we created another indicator, which is a notification of the process of the patients that were entering the hospital very severe. And that changed the history of the last years, and you'll see that in numbers. And lastly, those severe patients should have a certification of death as it should. So here, the patients with severe brain damage was the main patients that we're focusing on. All of those that had a Glasgow 7 or less than that are part of the follow-up, and that meant that the notification increased, and it continued to increase despite of the pandemic that was marked in 2020, and that marked in 2020, and that affected us, but not as much as other countries. And look at what happens in a normal year. We are around the range 7 in around 4,487 patients. Many do not turn into uh, encephalic death, some improve the Glasgow, but from those you get 503. From those 503, about 100% are diagnosed as death, and then we lose some when people do not approve of the donation. So we do the task of the detection, and we do this per hospital, and you realize that the problem in the hospitals is not the notification, it's just that we're losing a lot of patients at the ICU, and that's something that needs to be worked on. These are the rates, and we in 2017 we had reached 10. We were in an upward curve, and then in 2018 it decreased, and that was for interpretation, because we couldn't ask the family members about if they wanted to be donors, and that's why it decreased. Then 2019, the pandemic, we helped us move up, and with that, about 213 patients, and then donors are now older. The average is more than 50 years old. 30% of our donors have more than 60 years of age today, and that is a challenge as well. And that is why European countries have moved for those patients that have a heart attack. And 60% of and the average comes from regions, and that means a more complex logistics from the ISP to move the organs from one place to another. That's very difficult, and almost all of them, they do these histocompatibility studies that wasn't the norm in the past, so the recipients are hypersensibilized, so it's very difficult.
So you can see there that we have in the regions last year, we have in the different areas, west, south, and they have the rates that are similar to Europe. So it's interesting to see how they can be generated. And now we have practically all of Chile, and it has been a change with this of the hospital modality. The transplants as well, they're carried out around almost 30 of the lung, especially in the metropolitan region. I wanted to go to the development of the people in the heart today in the Hospital Guillermo Grant, the Hospital of the Thorax. They are public hospitals that carry out the most transplants. You have the ones that are also having to do with the liver, that most around half of the transplants were carried out by a public hospital, Hospital Sotero del Rio, and these have been mostly by public hospitals due to the extension of our country and also the kidneys. And so now we have 20% more than last year, this date, and the system is moving. I know not maybe not as fast as we would like. Maybe we don't reach the expectations that we would like to see, but we are moving. With the consent, there's only two words. We are donors from 18 years and more. Before we had to say no with mechanisms that were very difficult. They had to show their ID. They could see. We said don't make a mechanism that is much more simple, a simple mechanism and free. So they did one complex and paid, which was going to the notary. So very few people signed up, and then we had two mechanisms with a list with 4 million ended up and signed up. They didn't know if they were signed up or not, and then they said you had a year to be able to renew the desire if you did not want to be a donant going to the notary. So then if you haven't done that, then in you are all donors, but you are not in the registry. So that generated that we continued asking the families because effectively to not lose trust. This happened 2019. And Spain, they have been donors since they are born, since their law of 76, and they ask the families. And 20% of the interviews are negative. And they believe in the trust of the model. So we have around 50% of no's. So the variation is very strange. You have the November, it reached 60% over 60%, which is the negative was very high, and it was the month where you had the sentence from the legal part of the country, and that impacted trust. That is why there is a noticeable change. So we have the challenges that we have to do with strengthening this procurement and the transplant in this health system. We have to coordinate the local coordination. We have to develop the team where it's just very little change. We're the same ones, but effectively, how can we make this be much more attractive? That somehow it can be much more something that can integrate other people, that it can be stronger because you can say, Jose Luis, you have to go up to 20 per million. We need more transplants. I can go up to 20 per million, and I don't have a place to place them in the hospitals because the critical beds aren't giving us a space for that. There are different colleagues and friends here who work in different establishments, and they know that the critical bed for 4 transplants at the same time is very complex. So we have to ask that question as well. And this also means that we have to have a certain logic. The transplant centers were opened according to the capabilities that the hospital has. We need to have, do we have need to have so many transplant centers? And I think it's important to ask. We need to ask that question and answer it. And that means to talk about the centers, not only the number, which is very important, but also to consider whether it be regions and the quality standards and what transplant are we giving to the society, because in the end it is a very scarce resource and we have to take care of it.
Y para eso,
And for that,
disclaimer es,
this is a
es,
disclaimer that this is my condition.
creo que hay que partir de
I think we
empezar
have to start strengthening
a
and taking
posicionarnos
and positioning to where nationally the way we need to. It has to be much more priority. It has to have the capability as the in its role where it can be much more direct with insurance, with a superintendency, with other ministries, for example, education, the public ministry, and the intra-hospital role. For example, the local coordinations, if they don't work well, we can't go change it because the hospitals are self administrated. So somehow, whether it be financing, and to separate that from operations, we need to have that separate. Oh, sorry.
la penúltima.
I was almost done. I was almost done. Let me fix the slide.
Esa.
That one.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Perdóname.
I apologize.
Y separar el rol
And to
operativo.
separate
Y separar el rol operativo.
the
El rol
operational
operativo
role,
también es súper
which
importante.
is very important, but it has to be administrated and has to have the capability of the resources. It has to have the capability of generating contracts, having assigned resources, its own budget, hiring human resources. We could hire surgeons and develop technology, and tomorrow we would like to do different type of technology and have different preservation and other things like that, which is very complex, and that always also has to do with the equipment. And lastly, to strengthen the role of communication and education. It is very complex sometimes if you do not have a position that is much stronger to be able to establish work streams that are permanent over time with the Ministry of Education and the communication area. And I think that that way you can generate more trust, a stronger institution. It'll be much more visible. You cause more trust. The society believes more and therefore donates more. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctor José Rojas. Un segundo, por favor. Un reconocimiento, por
We would
favor,
like to
doctora
acknowledge,
Mora.
please,
Un reconocimiento.
to Dr. Jose Luis.
A continuación, corresponde a la
To
conferencia vía
continue,
streaming, experiencia del
we
modelo
have the
español en
experience of the
procurement y
Spanish
trasplante.
model in procurement and
Dirigida por la doctora
transplant. We
Elizabeth
have
Cole,
Dr.
de la
Elizabeth Cole
Organización
from the
Nacional de
National
Transplantes de
Organization
España.
of Transplants of
La doctora
Spain.
Elizabeth
Dr.
es
Elizabeth
doctora,
Cole is
especialista en
doctor
medicina
specialist in
preventiva
preventive
y salud.
medicine and public health.
Trabaja desde el
She
año
works since
2006 en la Organización
2006
Nacional
in the
de
National
Transplantes,
Organization of
donde es
Transplants,
jefa del
where
servicio
she
de
is head of the
biomédica desde el
services in
año
the medical
2017.
area since
También es profesora
2017. She's
asociada
also
de
associate professor
bioestadística
of
en la Facultad de
biostatistics
Medicina
in the
Alfred Einstein, el SAP.
in the
Tiene una
Faculty of
amplia experiencia en
Medicine.
formación e
She
investigación,
has
especialmente en el
research,
desarrollo de
especially in the
políticas
development of
enfocadas
different
en
programs
la actividad de
focused on
donación
the
y trasplante,
donation and transplant
así como el diseño e
activities,
implementación de
and
campañas
with also with a
publicitarias
design of
para la donación
implementation to
de
promote
plasma y
donation
para la detección de
and for the
posibles donantes
detection of
fuera de las
possible
fronteras de
donants
España,
outside of the
igual que el
critical
análisis del
and
registro español.
analysis
Además de su
management
carrera,
in
ha
Spain.
participado en
Through her
importantes
career,
foros
she has been an expert in
científicos
donation and
como la
transplants in different
OMS y en grupos de
WHO
trabajo de la Unión
consultations and
Europea.
working in the European
También es autor de numerosos
Union as well. She
artículos
is also
en revistas
the writer of
internacionales.
many papers and
Con
journals.
ustedes, la doctora
So
Elizabeth
now,
Cole.
Dr. Elizabeth Cole.
Doctora, tiene la palabra.
Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much to each of you for coming and inviting us to this conference that has been so interesting. I have been able to listen to the previous ones, and they are very high level, and I'm very happy to be able to learn with each of you. I would also like to thank the organization and all of you in the Republic of Chile for allowing us to share this conference, and I hope it's interesting for all of you. And I would also like to thank Marcelo Lopez, who was the person who created the contact with us and allowed us to be here. Without more ado, I would like to share my screen to facilitate the explanation of our experience that I hope will be very interesting for all of you. To begin, I would like to share with you a resolution, a World Health Assembly that was carried out in May of 2024, and we have a resolution in which the WHO had all of the member states to be a part of the donation transplants in a systematic way. That at the end of the life, transplants can be a normal part for patients, part of the continuous process of attention dispensed to the patients. This is something different that maybe 20, 30 years ago we're talking about. Jose Luis Rotas in his presentation was also giving us a lot of information, and he mentioned many things that I'm going to comment as well. This is not an experimental therapy. We have registered that maybe there are some countries that is not giving us all the country, but most of the countries in the world communicate the information into the World Observatory. You can see that there's more than 170,000 around in the world. This is a number that constantly is increasing, and it is being explained because the results have been better and better, and the treatment post transplant have improved, and the system is trusting more. And on the other hand, it is a therapy that saves lives and gives patients great quality of life. And as you have seen previously, the transplant allows dialysis and the substitution of other organs. When an organ stops working, the option is either transplant or death. So we cannot forget that when we talk about donation. When we're talking about donation, we are talking about saving lives. And the numbers around the world show that close to 10% of the needs around the world, if there was a level as it was indicated in Spain or in other countries, you are not even coming close to giving a solution to all those people who would have benefit from a transplant. The percentages of transplants that are carried out for those with a kidney within the different research that is being carried out, basically, usually it is those who are no longer alive. It is key, especially for those who have difficulties in obtaining a donor that is compatible, which can be with the younger people, because as you know, every time the donors are older, so there is more donation with the older than with the younger people. So it has to be complementary to the donation of those who have passed away, and but the percentage of those dead versus alive is above recommended numbers. Okay, if you can see here, you can have the 39% of those are living donors. These numbers are around 15-20%. Of course, it always depends on the number of patients, of donor patients that have died. And the next number, what you can observe is the evolution of donation of those who have passed away, and how is Spain promoting the deceased. In Spain, at the end of the 80s, we're talking about last century, around 89, when they created the National Organization of Transplant, 14 donors, and you can see the little circles, and the bars are the absolute numbers. It is a number of 14 per million. It was in the average of the European Union. It was basically the normal numbers that were in Europe. And what happened was that they created a national organization of transplant because those who were sick with dialysis ended up going out to the streets to complain and to ask for equity for those who had access to the transplant, which did not exist. It was basically the transplant were carried out in more local systems, and it was not the same in one region from another region. The Ministry of Health at that time created this national organization of transplants, and what they did was restore a certain amount of measures to, that we will go explain in just a minute. The ascending curve that you can see at the beginning from the formation of this National Organization of Transplant, or ONT, until now, until the year 2000, there was a stabilization in the numbers around 35 donors per million. In 2012, 2013, we have another ascending curve, which was the impact with the implementation of the those who have a stopped heart or those with circulatory issues, and it was a reflection that the changes at the end of life and the ICUs or the critical patients have been changing, and the adequation of the measurements and the treatment when nothing could be done to save that life of the patient started to be more homogeneous in the different cities of Spain. We had critical care, patients in critical care, and we had to adequate to be able to guarantee comfort for those patients, and this opened the door to. And at the moment of crisis that we had during COVID, you can see an ascending curve, and then the numbers are exceptional regarding other countries in the world. We even reached in 2024 over 50 donors per million. In the presentation, previously they already showed some comparison, and I would like to show you the donation of organs around the world. You can look at the last few years, very close to the United States. They have completely different mortality numbers and a different system, but it also works. But look that in Europe, the health systems that are very similar, in average, did not even reach 25. Almost countries like Germany, which is much stronger than Spain, they have 11.6 donations per million, donors per million. And then you have Sweden, who has a very advanced social system, and they had 25.2. Latin America, the doctor has commented the rate is 10 per million, so I know that Chile is working hard to be able to increment that number and being over the average of the region. I like this slide because it reflects that donations. Can you see the curves of donation per million of the donors per million? Organ transplant goes completely together with the numbers of those who have passed away. You can see that the transplant where you can have 120, 110 transplants, and they have been exceptional numbers. But what I like to say that these are the people who have been saved from death due to a transplant. They are saved from having to be stuck on a dialysis machine where they can change their they used to have a very complicated work and family and social life, very close to dying, but thanks to the opportunity to be able to have a transplant, and we can say that Spain is the country in the world that if you live there, you have higher chances of a transplant.
Globally, Spain is also leading along with the United States and the population in our country. We do about 20% of what we do in the European Union, more than 3% of what we do in the world. And we're very proud of that. Now let's analyze why and what's the reason of why in Spain we have so much donation and organ transplant. And the first thing I'll do is eliminate some myths.
Hay medidas clásicas
And
para
there are
mejorar
some
la
classic
donación que
measures
se
to
aplican
improve
y no
donation
tienen una eficacia
and
demostrada.
that
Puede
do
ser
not
por
have
una
a
razón
proven
de viaje en el
efficacy
tiempo,
that
o
can
puede
be
ser cambio de
proven but not
legislación,
maintaining time,
que
or
hace que la
some
vía se parezca
might be
bastante
related to the
entre los países.
legislation
Europa las
changes,
legislaciones de donación de
and
los
between
trances
countries are
son
very similar, but
muy parecidas. En España tenemos la
for
misma ley
if
desde
we
el año
compare it, they are very
79,
similar. We have the same law since
momento en el cual no
1979,
veníamos ni de lejos ni
and
en
back
incremento de
then
las cifras
we
de
didn't
donación.
have that
O sea,
increase
este registro
in
de
the
donantes
donation.
puede estar
And if we
bien,
look at
pero
the
como hemos explicado el doctor
registry,
Rojas, a veces es muy
it might be
complicado
related, but
acceder
like
a
Dr.
ello,
Rojas said,
tanto para
sometimes it's
registrarse
very
como luego en el
complicated to
sistema
access
sanitario
those to
para
enroll or from the
ejecutarlas.
sanitary
Evidentemente el
system
registro no tiene
and
presupuesto que dispone la
have
Coca-Cola o la
campaigns. We
Pepsi
don't
o
have the
cualquier
budget
marca
that Coca-Cola has or
multinacional.
any
Por
other
tanto,
big
probablemente se
brand
desfalte
has.
del presupuesto que tiene la OMC.
And so we don't have
El
that
sistema
budget.
de donación
And
en
to
carnet
introduce
de
the
conducir o carnet de
donation
donante
in
cuesta poco
licensed
y es
drivers
un secreto
or
de nuestro
donor
éxito.
cards,
Imagínense
donor
explicar
cards
entonces
is not
las
the secret to
horas
our
de cola que
success.
transcurren para
Imagine
renovarse
doing
el carnet o que le preguntes
people
si quieres
doing all
donar
of
si te
those
preguntan
lines
por dónde
and
donar,
ask them
hay
if
que
they
darle
want to
información.
be donors. It's not the
Sabemos
best
lo rápido
time.
que
They don't
evolucionan
have
las cosas y
all of the
evidentemente
information, and
requiere
other
su
methods can
atención
be
y su
useful.
ayuda en
They
momentos
can be useful, but
puntuales.
as I'm saying,
Desde
it's
luego, tal
just
como
in
decía el doctor
specific
Rojas,
cases.
no
And
se
like Dr.
puede
Rojas just said,
culpar a la población. La
you
población en
can't
España no
blame the
está buena
population.
ahora
The
que hace
population
20
in Spain
años.
is not better
Puede
or
estar
gooder now than
sensibilizada,
they
puede
were in the past.
ayudar, entre
They
todas,
might have more
a
education and they can
sensibilizar a
support
la adopción,
that
pero no es el
whenever we
secreto
talk
la
about
donación.
donation.
De
And that's
hecho,
not the
en
secret
España,
behind it.
bueno, en
And
Europa tenemos
actually,
encuestas que
in
hasta
Spain or
España,
Europe, we have
como puede ver aquí en
polls
la tabla de la izquierda,
that
pues
or
tiene color
surveys
rojo,
that
pero España
in
está como en la
Spain
media. Si
we are
salimos a la
in
calle
the
nos
average.
fijamos
If we go
en
and
cada
ask
lista,
in the
solo
street,
son los después de
would you
fallecer.
donate your
Y bueno,
organs
hay otros
after
países como España
dying?
que siguen
They
todavía
would
peor
say,
resultado.
yeah,
Entonces,
sure,
cada
and
país,
about
hay unos
60%,
países
like
que
in the
están
rest
más
of the
altos en
country.
esta tabla
And
y
those
otros que
who
están
have
menos
the highest numbers
en
aren't the
negación.
ones that have the
De
better
hecho,
indexes
España presenta una de
in
las cifras
donation.
más bajas de
Spain
negaciones
has
familiares.
the
Y esto es
most amount of
probablemente,
negatives of the family
se explica por
members.
varias razones
And
un poquito
that's
más adelante
probably due to
explicaré
several
algunas.
reasons that I'll share
Una
with
de
you
ellas
during my
puede
presentation.
parecer que es el
And one of
consentimiento
those
pasivo
might
un
be is
producto
the
del consentimiento que exige
assumed
nuestra ley.
consent,
Eso es, si no estás de
and
acuerdo,
that's something that's in the law.
puedes
So
donar.
if you haven't said
Esto puede tener
otherwise
una
that
visión
you're
positiva y
against
una
that,
visión
you are a
negativa.
donor,
Una visión
and that can
positiva
be
es que
positive
toleramos
as
la opción de donar,
because
que sea
donating
anónimo
is
como derecho
the
para
normal
tratarse
option.
con otro
Everybody
que sea
has
donante.
a
Tiene
right to receive a
declaración de
transplant,
intenciones
and
en la
then
legislación
everybody should
a
be
favor
able
de la
to
donación.
donate.
Es una cosa
It's
positiva.
a
Por otra parte, puede
declaration
verse
or
que si
it's
Estado
like a
fuera
disclosure, right?
propietario de los órganos.
And
Pero
the
en
other thing
realidad
is that you're
es más una
the owner
declaración de
of
intenciones
the
que una
organs.
práctica
It's
real,
more
porque
of
la práctica
a
real
disclosure than
siempre
what
y
happens in
siempre
practice and
realiza
reality,
una
because
entrevista a los familiares de
every
la persona que ha
time
fallecido,
something like that happens, they do an
pero
interview to the
evidentemente
family
sin dar
members of the
detalles,
person who died, a person who
acerca
is
del poder de la
a living
voluntad,
donor, and they
el
ask
poder
them
de la
about the
voluntad
will, about
de su familiar sobre su
the will
vida.
of that
En
patient
algún
and
momento
the
estuvo a
will of that
favor
family
de la
member.
donación
If
sin
that
dar
person
lugar a
was
la discusión y
sometime
en algún
or ever
si la
in
donación se
against
correspondería con
donation,
los valores que esa
and
persona
if
defiende.
that's related to the values that the person has, etc.
Y por supuesto eso refuerza la confianza en el sistema.
That also
Entender
reinforces the
como
trust in the
órgano
system.
propietario
Is
de
not
órganos,
like
propietario de nuestros
the
órganos,
we are like
es muy
owners of
favorable
the
y aumenta la
organs,
confianza en la población.
and that provides
Otro tema que
trust
puede verse es
from
que
the
España
people.
puede haber mucha mortalidad por
The other
accidentes de
thing is
tráfico, por
whether there's a lot of
enfermedades vehicularices, que es la
mortality in
mayor
Spain
causa
or
de fallecimiento en los
ACVs,
centros de salud,
and a lot of ACVs in Spain, and
en España también
that's
es
one of the main
muchísimo más
causes.
leve. La media de edad de
And
los
the
pacientes
average
es de
of
60 años.
the
Pero vamos,
patients is
en
60
muchos
years of
años
age as well,
gracias al
and
doctor mencionaba pacientes neurotípicos, a las
the
unidades de salud pública para
neurotypical,
prevenir la enfermedad de los
neurocritical patients
cardiovasculares, la mortalidad por
and
accidentes
mortality
cardiovasculares está descendiendo
of
y
those
además
patients,
España
it's
es uno de los
increasing. And in
países
addition to
que
that,
menos
Spain is
mortalidad
one of the
tiene
countries that has the
en
least
Europa por
mortality
accidentes
in Europe
cardiovasculares.
due to
Esa no es
ACVs.
tampoco la
So
causa de que
that's not
España
the case
tenga más
either.
donantes que el mundo.
That's not the case of why Spain has more
Todo se
donors than
resume en
than
organizar el
there are other
proceso de la
parts of the
donación.
world. And everything
La donación
can
hay
be
que
summarized in the
planificarla.
process of
Para
donation,
planificar un
from
posible donante
the
se necesita
identification of the
capacitar,
possible donor.
diseñar
You
la
need to know how
metodología de
to
conserva,
manage that,
hay que
and
aplicar
you have to
correctamente los
apply
protocolos de
the
diagnóstico de
diagnosis
fallecimiento,
protocols and the death diagnosis, the dystolia. You need to know how to support the families and address donation with them. That's a key factor, and we believe it has a huge impact, and also related to the local factors and organizational factors. Time is key, time is flying, it's the most important thing of this process, and everybody needs to know what's the role at any specific time. in other process of donation, multi-organ process that might include 6 organs with different transplant teams, tissue extraction, move the organs, moving through the airport, ambulances, you can move up to and provide that to about 100 people. And imagine people are not really or properly trained. So training is key for all of this process to work or work as it should, and so that they can have the biggest amount of transplant of organs or tissues. All of this is seen as a chain, and any part of the change or whatever that part of that change fails, then that will affect the entire process. And this is a summary of the Spanish model that's summarized in this slide. And I'd like to include another one that isn't usually included, and it's part of what I explained during the morning, which is to have constant innovation and adaptation. When we included this in the ICU, we started implementing this program of dystolia for the donors. Donors can die in different areas of the hospital, not just this area. We want to leave the ICU, which is the ones that the area that where there are the most donors when the people die, and if a person was to be a donor, shouldn't die at the ICU. And we want to facilitate the use of organs with the consent from the family members, of course, and we're trying to innovate all of the possible changes we can make for a transplant. The first topic, I was able, and I was able to see the previous presentation. I see that you're applying this model as well. And there's a replica of the Spanish model, a model that has 3 levels, a national, a regional level, and the autonomous communities, and a regional level, and a hospital level. And those 3 levels that are part of our national system are the same levels that we have in our network of donational transplant. We have the national, regional, and city level process. The main key of our success is based on the hospital profile of the transplants. Workers that are within the hospital, this is a team made up of doctors and nurses, usually staff that take care of critical patients, and they work at the ICU that are highly dedicated to them and also to the hospital. Their work with the hospital is key, and we have these doctors and nurses that work on their specialty, and whenever there's a donor, they are the ones who know how to start the process or supervising that this works as it should. And it depends a lot on the hospital. They are a team who are part of the hospital. They're not dependent of any other organization, only the hospital, and they are the ones in charge of these processes. They are trained in management, in the education, in training the rest of the hospital staff. They are the ones that do the assessment. It's interdisciplinary, such as this event that you are holding. And the work that they do at the hospital is a work that they need to share with the entire hospital, and they need to work together with the doctors. They also have some research capabilities, and it's a very hard work, but it's very rewarding. In Spain, we currently have 185 hospitals authorized for donation. 185. From those, we only have 42 of those hospitals with donors, and not all of them has these donor programs, which is why it's important to educate everybody. And these, when we talk about this, we talk about safe patients and transplanted patients. Most of them are doctors. We also have nurses in that team. In the nurse are dedicated solely to that coordination, usually because we have more nurses, and the bigger is that team of coordination. It means the bigger it's a need, or the more the transplants, and they have to take care of the type of coordination. But as you can see, most of the majority represented are taking care of those types of patients.
Y esto no se ha generado de la nada.
And this
Esto
didn't
quiere decir que los
happen
sanitarios que tienen
from
a pacientes críticos en sus
one day to the
especialistas
other. This means that
estén
these are internal
convencidos
doctors
de que el
that
trasplante es su
should be
trabajo, que es
convinced
una labor de
that
muchos años y que
donation is part of their
formación
work, and
se
that's
forman
part of the
especialistas,
work that we've
se
done for
incluyen en grupos
years,
de
where we
coordinación,
train specialists.
establecen
They are
consultorías
trained in
específicas
these
relacionadas
coordination groups. They
y
receive their
dirigidas
training
pues,
to
de urgencias y
work with different
emergencias, de
units,
anestesiología y
from
reanimación,
emergency
de intubación y EMI,
anesthesiology,
para tratar con ellos
reanimation. We
formación,
work with
establecer
them, we
protocolos,
train them,
centros de
we teach them
investigación
the
clínica
protocols
conjunta.
and how to do the research
De hecho, la
together
Sociedad
with
de
the other
Críticos en España
professionals.
tiene competencia asume
And
y en su código
this is something
deontológico
that's
asume
assumed
que
in
la
Spain.
donación es
Everybody
parte de su
assumes
derecho al
that
final de la vida del
donation is
paciente.
part of
Hay que
the
proteger la
end of
donación.
life care
La
of
donación no es algo
patients.
negativo.
Donation
La
isn't
donación
something
es
negative.
algo
Donation is something
extremadamente
that's
positivo,
really,
probablemente lo
really
único
positive
positivo
and,
en un momento tan
very likely the only
dramático de la
positive
vida
thing
familiar.
in
Se
such
puede
a
ver que
dramatic
los
time whenever you
establecidos
lose a
hay que
family member.
sensibilizar
You can think about that,
sensibilizar y
this
dar
possibility. You
razones
need to
de por qué no
sensitize the
estamos
people and
pidiendo
realize that we're
personas
not asking for anything
ofreciendo
bad. We're just
una
offering
oportunidad
an
de
opportunity,
poder ayudar a
an
poder dar
opportunity
vida
to
a otras
help
personas.
and to give life
Y
to
ya
other
hemos
people. And
mostrado en
we've
diferentes publicaciones
shown
que
in
puede
different
incluso ser de
publications
ayuda
that
a
this can
facilitar el duelo de
also
esas
be
familias.
helpful for the
Pero hay
grief
oportunidades
process of those
específicas
families,
relacionadas con la donación que marcan tareas
specifically for those
esenciales. Uno de ellos
critical
es que
patient
cuando la
quality
donación
indicators.
funciona bien,
And one of the things that's very
pasar
clear is
por la
that it
toma de
works well.
decisión como nosotros, que
And
finalmente es
regarding
una
what do we
agencia de
do and
liderazgo
what
y de
this
soporte
agency
mutuo.
does, and ONT,
Nosotros
this is
servimos
an
a las
agency that
personas
serves all of the
a las que
professionals that are part
desafortunadamente
of this
no
process
pueden
of
hacer mejor
transplant
trabajo.
process for them
Y
to do a
entonces
better job.
gestionamos el
And we
distribución en
manage
España,
the
hacemos
waiting
la
list
distribución
in
de los
Spain. We
órganos,
do the
damos
distribution of the
apoyo a
organs.
la
We
donación
provide
y
logistic support
también
for
llevamos
donation, and
programas
we
nacionales
also
de
take
formación,
care of
de
national programs for
identificación de
training,
procedimientos, programas de garantía de
monitoring
calidad,
of the
programas
processes,
de
quality
comunicación,
assurance.
llevamos
We talk
registros
to the
post-trasplante para
media,
garantizar los buenos
and
resultados,
we try to guarantee
trabajamos en
certain results.
investigación,
We work in the
cooperación
legislation with
internacional,
a lot of international
investigación
cooperation,
clínica,
and I am
trabajar
very happy to work at the ONT,
Test de
to be
distribución, por
honest.
otra parte, para
These
garantizar la
distribution
confianza en el sistema,
criteria allow us
uno de los
to
pilares
provide trust in the
fundamentales de
system,
que
and
la
that's one of
población
the main
crea
pillars
en
for
el
the
sistema
population
de
to believe
trasplante.
in
También es
donations and
importante tener un
transplant. And it
sistema
is
de test
also
de distribución
important to
consensuados
have
en
a
los
clarity of
laboratorios
this
clínicos de
distribution
trasplante que
criterion,
están publicados en nuestra
and
web.
that these are
Los
published in our
criterios son
website. The
prácticamente los mismos en todos
criterion
los países,
are the
pero
same
van
in all of
criterios
the
de centro
countries.
y luego van criterios de cercanía
And then we have criteria
geográficos
of closeness,
para
geographical
garantizar el mínimo
uh,
tiempo de isquemia de que el
guarantees
órgano esté
to
fuera del cuerpo para
guarantee
hacer el
the
máximo
time of
resultado,
ischemia when the organ is
con todas
outside
las
of the body to have
facilidades,
the better
que nos
results, to
vamos
have
alejando
the
del hospital
most
en
suitable
función de si los receptores
results. And when we
necesitan
go
el
far away
abordaje
from
de
the
la
hospital,
gestión
whenever
de
we don't have
recepción de
any
órganos,
receivers
tienen incluso llegar a hacer
or the people
ofertas
who are going
con
to
diferentes
receive
seguros.
recipients of these organs.
Otro tema importante es el
Another
programa de
important
garantía de
aspect is the
características
program of
donacionales, que es la
guarantee
herramienta de
of
apoyo que
the
tenemos
donation
para
process,
monitorizar todo el
which is what we
procedimiento.
do to monitor the entire process.
Se revisan todas las
We
historias
audit, we
de
review
los
all of
pacientes
the
sometidos a
history
trasplante.
of the patients
Se
that are
revisa
in critical
si si
care.
fallecieron
We
en
review
condiciones de
that.
ser
We
donantes,
review if
fueron
they
posibles
died
o
in the
no.
conditions of being
Todos
donors, and
estos
if
indicadores
they
que a
didn't
nivel nacional cada
they
hospital puede
didn't
tener
donate the
también los suyos establecidos
organs,
en un
we
programa
check
y
why.
validar
That's part of the program as well. With
si
that,
están
we
por encima o
validate
por
if
debajo
the
indicadores, los indicadores
means
que
that they
pueden
were
hacer
above or
referencia
beyond the
como
indicators
el
that are the
porcentaje
most
de
important ones,
negativas
such as the
familiares,
negative
el porcentaje
from the
de
family members
supervivencia,
or
en fin, cualquier
some medical
resultado de estos sirve de
contraindications. There are
referencia
several
para
indicators that we can
recompensar.
use as reference in order to monitor
Y
this
aquí está otro
process.
punto que
And this is
consideramos
another aspect that
cuidadosos.
we
Les
consider
comentaba
and
antes
that I
la importancia del
mentioned
modelo,
earlier
que es un gran
that is very
esfuerzo.
important for the Spanish model, and it's a huge effort from our end. We invest
Tiempo,
money,
como he dicho,
time,
en las
effort
cosas generales de
in
coordinación
general
y para
resources for
pacientes
coordination for
interventos,
residents of
profesionales de
intermedicine,
urgencias,
anesthesia,
a neurólogos, cursos de
emergency
actualización,
neurologists,
asesorías a
update
coordinadores,
courses
cursos de
for the
sensibilización
coordinators,
profesionales del hospital,
sensibilization
cursos
courses
de comunicación
for the staff of the hospital,
extraclínica,
communication for
fundamental
critical
para prevenir el cáncer.
uh,
Los coordinadores están
patients,
claramente
and all
mostrado
of these
que es
training for the
mucho más
coordinators. And we have been able to prove that
operativo y muchísimo más razonable
it
que los que
is
realizan las entrevistas sean los
much more
coordinadores que sean
reasonable that the
los
coordinators
abogados
of the
médicos.
hospital are the ones taking care of
Saben
these
cómo
tasks
apoyar a
because
las
they have
familias
been trained,
cuando
they know how to
necesitan de
support the
ellas,
families, they
saben
know how to
cómo
talk
sacar
to
el
them,
desfibrilador
they
del
know
cuello
how to
y saben cómo
ask them about
dar ese
donation,
soporte a
and
las
they know
familias
how to
cuando
give support to the family throughout the process.
Fíjense que se han formado más de
And
20 profesionales
we have
sanitarios
trained more than
formados por parte de
20,000 health
también
personnel,
cursos para formar
and
a jueces,
we have provided
forenses,
different courses
periodistas.
also for
Todo ese tipo de
judges,
personas son las que van creando una
forensics
cultura de
teams,
relación con el
journalists,
sanitario
and all of that creates a network in the entire population, and we've created different kinds of groups and more than 500 coordinators. And this isn't just for coordinators, it's to uh, provide information to the entire population, because as we said earlier, transplant and donation, it is a multidisciplinary procedure, and it is important that everybody knows about this. Everybody should know when can they help and what can they do. And this is the evolution of the negatives from the family members. And remember that the interviews, only six would they would receive a yes, and now it's 8 every 10. And it's very likely that this is related to the trust that they have in the system, the work of the coordinators and everybody that has been trained and that is related to this process. Another thing that is important is the attention provided by the media, and this is very important. I'm sure this happens as well as in Chile as it happens in Spain. Social media and is a really great tool to share information. We have an Instagram, we are in threads, and we have an email as well for anybody who has questions. In case they have an answer, we try to answer right away. If not, we take our time and to answer any kind of questions. And it's important to be always connected with the media, answering their questions. And something else that's very important is the hospital acknowledgement of donation. And I have loved, Jose Luis, when you were explaining that donation seems to be something like a favor, or the will, right? It's the act of the workers that are part of this process. They are doing a health activity like any other activity in the hospital. The donation is a medical activity like many others and should be acknowledged as such and covered as such. Otherwise, we cannot work. You can work based on asking favors. It is a health activity that should be recognized. In addition of that, although this might seem like luxury medicine, transplants save money to the system. Dialysis in Spain is much more expensive than transplant. Look at this slide in the first year. The blue column, the the first one is the cost of dialysis per patient per year, and the one in between, peritoneal, and black is transplant. The first year costs the same, the first year, but then from the second year, these are the costs, and it changes that drastically. And the fifth year, for every patient transplanted, you have a huge savings. So the luxury medicine should be forgotten. And to conclude, I would like to add that we are happy to share our experiences in this occasion, in this very interesting forum with so many countries that are always asking us, how are you doing it? What are you doing? Why do you have these really big numbers and good numbers of transplant and donation? And we have talked to Australia, Canada, and different countries on different continents, and it all depends on the criteria that you have in your country and the health system that you have in your country. But of course, you can take some things of the model that I just explained so that you can increase the amount of donation in your countries or each or any country, and that's how this is built. And specifically for the countries in Latin America, because Spain has a huge collaboration with Latin America, and since 2005 we are part of the network and council of transplant, and that includes all countries of Latin America, and Spain and Portugal also is part of it. Spain presides this council for a very long time now, and ever since it was created in Latin America, donation has increased in 100%, little by little after all the time passed. And we know this is a very difficult task. Every year we do recommendations, we do annual meetings with all of the members of the representatives of these different countries of Latin America. We will meet in Guatemala, we have met in different countries, and through this we try to share with you, share with these countries our experience and knowledge. We had to help the countries increase donations and transplants in the society. To conclude, I want to share with you this slide, which a map of Spain with the different regions and autonomous cities. And I would like to highlight that
de cada 10 trasplantes que se realizan en
every
nuestro
10
país,
transplants that we do in our
después de
country,
hacer
25 every 100, 25% approximately
provienen de una
comes
región
from a region
diferente
or a
de
different
la
region
donde está el
of
paciente
where
trasplantado o
the
fallecido.
patient
De
was
ahí viene el
transplanted.
intercambio
So
de
there is a
donados entre
huge
diferentes
exchange of
regiones de nuestro
organs
país.
between
¿Por
different
qué?
regions
Porque
in
manifiesta
our
la gran
country, which
cohesión y la
shows
gran
that
cohesión
there is a
que tiene
huge
nuestro sistema
cohesion
sanitario en
of
aquel
our
momento.
health system in this sense.
Porque vamos a ver, todo empieza por en algún
And
momento, juntarse es un comienzo
we need to
de
start
tener
somewhere.
juntos
So
un
getting
proceso
together
de
is a start,
organización,
to continue work together is a process, and to work together is a
creo
success.
que darles a
Thank you
todos
very
aquí
much.
presentes
I hope
y
my
creo
lecture was interesting.
bueno, no sé si estaríais
And if you have
dispuestos
any
para
questions,
preguntas,
I am
pues
available.
no hay tema.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank
doctora.
you very much, Dr.
Eh,
Cole.
Vamos a dejar tiempo
And we
solo
are
una
going to
pregunta por
leave time for
comentarios
one question
pasados.
because
Si nos
we are
puede
a bit
responder esta
behind.
pregunta,
So if
le
there is a
agradecería.
question, I would appreciate if you can answer it, Doctor.
Entonces le damos un
Okay, so we'll give
fuerte
you a warm
aplauso
applause
por la sala magistral
for this
que nos ha
keynote
acompañado.
speech
Muchas
that you
gracias,
have shared
doctora.
with us. Thank you very much, Dr. Cole.
A ustedes, gracias por invitarme.
Thank
Buenas
you, and
tardes a
thank you for
todos.
the invitation and for being here with us.
Nuestra última
Our
conferencia
last conference
se denomina Rol
is
del
called
ISP en
The Role of
trasplante. El
ISP in
expositor es
Transplant.
el magíster
We
Marcelo
have
López,
Marcelo
jefe de la
Lopez,
sección de
who is the
histocompatibilidad
head of
del
histocompatibility
ISP.
in ISP.
El magíster Marcelo López es tecnólogo médico
He
de la
is
Universidad de
medical
Chile.
technology of
Egresa
the
de la planta académica de
University of Chile.
nutrición
He
y
comes from
mecánica de los
nutrition and
alimentos,
technology of
INTA,
elements,
de la
INTA,
misma universidad en el
INTA,
año
from the
1991,
university in
donde se forma en
1991, where
inmunología,
he
realiza
is formed in
investigación en el área de
immunology and
participatorio y
research
observación. En
and
este
also
marco
has
de la
different
realiza en 1994
publications. And in
una
94,
pasantía por la
he
Clinique
went
Euro
through
Allergy del Instituto
United
Pasteur, París, Francia.
Allergy in
Posteriormente, en el año
Paris,
2001,
France.
obtiene su
And he
doctorado
also
en
has his
ciencias biológicas
title in
con mención en
biological
inmunología,
sciences with
otorgado por
mention
la
in
Facultad de
immunology
Medicina
with the
de la
medical
Universidad de Chile.
faculty of the
Por
University of
favor,
Chile.
Magíster Marcelo López.
So, Master Marcelo Lopez.
¿Aló? ¿Se escucha bien? Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Un honor estar aquí mostrando
It is an honor for me to be here with you, showing us a little bit of what we do here with the Institute as a mission that we have to carry out. Maybe many, even from this institute, know exactly what it's all about. And it has characterized us
nuestro grupo por tener ciertas
for having
condiciones
certain
como especiales de trabajo,
special work
turno
conditions with different shifts
aquí a la 1:30 de la
to
mañana.
come here around
Bueno, eso
1:30
les voy a
a.m., for
contar.
example. But let me share a little bit more about this with you.
El Instituto de Salud Pública,
The
bueno,
Public
ustedes saben,
Health
es un organismo
Institute, you know that it is a
técnico-científico,
technical scientific
servicio
organism. It
público,
is public
está bajo
service,
absoluta
therefore it works with
autonomía
autonomy,
administrativa y financiera,
whether it be administrative or
siendo también
financial,
tiene una
and it also
dependencia
has a
directa vinculada al
dependency
Ministerio de Salud.
with the Ministry of Health.
Es un organismo
It is an organism
esencialmente técnico.
that is essentially
Está definido
technical.
por la
It is
experiencia y
defined by the
conocimiento científico de
experience
cada
and
uno
the
de los que trabajan aquí.
scientific process and knowledge of each one of the
Y
ones
su
who
rol
work
en
here.
salud
And its
pública
role in
es
public health
supervisa,
is to
vigila
supervise,
y regula
monitor,
procesos,
regulate
productos y agentes
processes, products,
que
and
impactan la
agents that
salud pública.
impact public health.
Como ustedes ya bien
As you
saben,
already know,
tenemos
we
como
have
misión
as our mission
el Instituto la vigilancia de enfermedades
the
infecciosas,
surveillance of infectious diseases. It is a reference center for clinical laboratories and medications. We see the authorization, control, and
salud
registry.
ocupacional,
In occupational
prevención de
health, we
riesgos,
have a risk prevention, health
monitoreo
promotion,
y en salud ambiental, gestión
surveillance.
de
In
contaminantes, prevención y educación
environmental
en
health, we
universidades y
have
colegios.
the
Sin
contaminants
embargo,
prevention and
pocos
education. And but not
estudios de
many people
carretera
know that handling
también
the
se realizan
waiting
en el
list is
ISP.
also carried out here in the ISP for transplants.
Antecedente histórico.
We have
¿Por
some
qué se hace en el ISP?
historical information. Why is it carried out here?
Porque
Because
así lo
there is a
dice
law that says
Ley
so. The Law 19451, in its 15th article, it states that the ISP, according to the registry and prioritization for those who are waiting for a transplant in the country. And the regulation in the Article 25 mentions the National Registry of Potential Receivers of Organs or Recipients of Organs. And Article 26 talks about the sub-registries per organ, separate lists according to the organ that is being waited for. And Article 27 talks about the allotment criteria per organ and the sub-registry of allotment. So every registry that we have to have, every document, every time something is assigned. In our history, you know that the Institute of Public Health founded the Laboratory of Histocompatibility in 1974. So we have already been around for 50 years, something that makes us very proud. And I would also like to share that transplants in Chile are based on the coordinated action of three different institutions. The National Coordination of Transplant, represented by Jose Luis, and they basically have to do with the procurement of donors, the implementation of policies, among other things. The transplant centers, who at the same time have the patients who require transplant as therapy. They are concerned. They take care of the pre-transplant phase, the transplant phase, and the clinical monitoring after they have been transplanted. And the ISP, who manages the waiting lists, they prioritize the patients and assign the organs. None of this works on its own. At this time in which we all speak about artificial intelligence, I would say that we have an organizational intelligence with the Ministry of Health and the centers in such a way that this transplant program works in a very organized way, in a logical way, and in such a way that it gives solutions for those patients who require transplant as a therapy. Other services and other entities who participate in the program, there is a procurement centers which they do not transplant, however, they generate donors and they are committed with the cause. The Chilean transplant center, we have FONASA, which is the insurance who finances. We have other public patient services and other public agencies who work with us in different circumstances. Controllers who control and regulate and oversee processes. We have the courts who require data. Remember that a transplant is sensitive. It is a very sensitive issue. Patients many times feel vulnerable. They are not being violated in any way. However, they do feel that when they have to wait years for on a waiting list, they feel like their rights have been violated. So what does it mean to administrate the waiting list for transplants? It means that we have to register and prioritize the patients. This is according to legal norm, different criteria that have been set up, which are clinical and technical criteria that are carried out with the experts of the area. We have the transplant teams, the National Coordination of Transplants, which is where we participate. There is international evidence. There is places that have to be made adequate, and with all of this, we elaborate these norms. We have the assignment of the organs. This is another element having to do with the waiting list. ISP defines the eligibility of the patients, and the national coordination carries out the offer. There is also a coordination for the process. We have an articulation of the transplant center with the Ministry of Health, and where there is a prioritization that we carry out, the signing, which we also generate, and that the coordination can give an offer of the organ And we also have the transplant center who carries out the transplant itself. What we do it because we have legal autonomy. We are independent to ensure objective clinical decisions. And the most important, that this is done, carried out with transparency and it is impartial. There is a clear report of the list and the processes. Even though the data is not published, the data of the patients is sensitive, considered sensitive. If an entity of the government requires, for example, courts or the controller requires access to the data, that is always available. Therefore, ISP in transplant has a technical role and a legal role. In the technical role, they have the tests, criteria, whether it be for study of a living donor as well as the deceased, and also generating, working on the waiting list for the organs that are received. Who carries out, who manages the waiting list? The compatibility, and it has to do with Hugo Moscoso in the subdepartment of non-transmittable diseases, and also Judith Mora in the department, biomedic department. We have 7 biochemists, 1 bio for informant. We have 4 technical from the laboratory, 2 administrative, and 1 helper, 1 auxiliary. So we have all the 19 professionals, 15 per shift. Therefore, we have a unit that sees administration and technique, and we carry out and update the list of potential receivers, and we also have the improvisation of the prioritization of the recipients and assigning these organs. The donor can be live, liver and kidney, especially where the first option is the spouse or the donor recipient, where the father might give to the son or wife to the husband. But even though the intention might be there and it doesn't work, we have then implemented a new modality which is crossed donation, where we have different couples who manifesting their interest to be able to donate. If it doesn't work out, then they can we can still accept their donations. So we can have the donant 1 can give it to recipient 2, and donor 2 can give it to recipient 1, for example. It's altruist. If this is not an option, if we do not have a living donor, then we have the deceased donor, which is the majority of transplants. We have the, which is very important for the waiting list, for the kidney, liver, heart, lung, pancreas, intestine, and cornea, just to name a few. Some technical aspects of carrying out the exams. This is having to do with compatibility. I'm not going to go into much detail, but we can typify the antigens HLA with molecular biology. This is biological identity. We want to know the biological identity of the receivers and of the recipients and the donors, and we have to make sure that they have the maximum compatibility. And then we also see the antibodies, anti-HLA, which is the base for immunological rejection for a organ transplant. Therefore, the north, so we want to avoid this rejection. We also have the cross match, which just so that the patient can have a transplant with the donor that was studied, to make sure that it is in a safe immunological situation. And then we also have the informative system of management for the transplant, so we can make sure that we organize the list for that we can carry out for the patients to have an algorithm that standardizes the process and allows us to work together with the Ministry of Health in a coordinated way. Interoperate means that we have a platform that is shared, where we can have information from the donors and we give them information from the list. Just for those of for so you can understand why some lists are handled in some way and others in a different way. We have a cold ischemia, which is basically that from the moment of the extraction, an organ has to be transplanted within a X amount of time. A heart, you extract it, and you cannot have it out for more than 4 hours because after that is useless. Lung 6 hours, liver up to 8 hours, pancreas also up to 8 hours, and the kidneys up to 24 hours. They have even done it with 30 hours and they have worked for the kidneys. So, what does this mean? For the heart, lung, and liver, we have to have the list updated and available for the Ministry of Health within 2 to 5 times a week and even sometimes more. The order of these patients is given by the criteria of their severity clinically, and this clinical criteria is in the technical guides. Don't forget that the assignment of organs considers blood compatibility, which is one of the first barriers we have to save. The histocompatibility studies have to be carried out every time that it is required. Coordination, national coordination has an offer according to the order of the list that we deliver, and the centers that transplant, they have to justify the transplant. In kidney, it's a little bit more complex. There is a waiting list of approximately 2,000 patients. Every center has its own list, but this list feeds the national list. This list is prioritized only according to each donor. It doesn't have a first place or a last place. With every donor, due to the biological characteristics and the biological identity, the donors and the receivers are going to be organized in one way or another. Therefore, we could have two donors simultaneously, and we can have two recipients, selected recipients, or maybe sharing one and another. To assign, as I was saying previously, once we have the list, we say this is see who is more eligible in the second place or the third place, and that list is received by coordination and they give an offer according to the order. Once again, of course, you have to have blood group compatibility. You always have to carry out the histocompatibility studies because especially the kidney requires it. You try to find the highest similarity with HLA antigens, and you avoid the presence of antibodies, anti-HLA that are pre-developed so they can avoid rejection. And they also consider different criteria. The time that they have been on the waiting list, that has a score. And if children are always prioritized over the adults, and there are also national urgencies that are patients who have immediate life risk and they have maximum priority in case that there is a kidney available. Therefore, the transplant in the Institute of Public Health, they have to fulfill legal norms. They have to apply the clinical criteria having to do with the order. They have to apply technical criteria to organize that list. They have to give equal access to the possibility of a transplant. And they have to fulfill the order of prioritization. And obviously, there is also a document registry of the process. Just one thing I would like to say, usually the procurement teams throughout the country let us know about a donor. This is shared with the ISP. We get the samples. They start a cycle that lasts around 8 to 10 hours, and then meanwhile, the different organs are also put up for offer because the ISP list is already updated, and then we are going to have the different places for the transplant of the different organs. And Jose Luis already mentioned this, and I'm going to mention it again because something that is very important for us, which is the donor, because if there is no donor, there is no transplant.
In this slide, you can see the patients that received transplant from 2017 to 2024. I could have included more years, but just so that you can take a look at them. But this says a lot. Even more if you compare these to the donors we have that year. So there is a correlation between donors and transplants. The more amount of donors, the more amount of transplants. And we ended the year with 2024 with 675 persons transplanted with that received transplants. Here we have the 675 patients that received transplant with 701 solid organs. So we have transplants of not just organs, just one organ. Some receive liver, heart. Some receive heart, liver. So if you take a picture of April 2024 to April 2025, in April 2024, we have 173 patients that received transplants, and from April 2025, 199. The increase that Jose Luis shows of donors, you can see it in the transplants. Lastly, these are the numbers of the waiting list as of May 9th. This changes every day. It can be a little bit more, less, if people die, or who receives their transplants. What's important here is that we're not seeing a number, because behind that number we have patients, we have people that need to improve the quality of life, and that has been the main focus that we've put on this. The main concern of us is the patient. Everything that we do is based on giving a possibility to the patients to receive a transplant. And lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that we are turning 50 years of age as the histocompatibility laboratory. We are very happy. I'm happy with the group that I have had to lead. I'm one more of them, although I am the head of the department of the lab. I would like to thank the organization for giving us the time to speak, and that's all. Chile has ISP. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. An acknowledgement from Dr. Mora to you. Thank you very much.
Ok. Rápidamente entonces el equipo ahí de histocompatibilidad.
The team of histocompatibility, please come forward and take the picture.
Estamos con el tiempo, por favor, rapidito.
Very fast, please come forward because of the time.
Voy a aprovechar de preguntar si se encuentra
I'd like to ask if Nicole Bruno is here.
Nicolás Fernández.
Nicolás Fernández. And
María de Los Ángeles Spencer.
María de Los Ángeles. All right.
Sirvió la foto.
We could use the time of the picture to ask who was in the room. All right, let's continue with the program. We have 3 works that we've selected, so those I just
presentación
mentioned
y
have 10 minutes
máximo una
of
pregunta
presentation and
para
maximum
poder
one
cumplir
question.
con los tiempos. Entonces, por lo tanto, necesito que pase al
Now I
estrado
need
Nicole Bruno
Nicole
Leiva.
Bruno to come
Su
forward to the
trabajo se
stage.
titula
Her work is
Seguimiento
called
de mujeres infectadas
Follow-up of
con
infected
virus papiloma
women
humano
with HPV,
persistente entre los
persistent
años
HPV
2014 y
between
2020.
2014 to 2024.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon,
Hoy les
everyone.
voy a presentar el trabajo que lleva
I
por nombre
will
Seguimiento de mujeres
present
infectadas
the work
con
called
virus
Follow-up of
papiloma humano
infected
persistente entre los
women
años
infected with
2014 y
persistent
2024.
HPV
Este
between 2014
trabajo
to
lo
2024.
desarrollamos en la
This work
sección de virus
is
oncogénicas del
developed
Instituto de Salud Pública, que
at
es
the
el
Department of
colegio que
Oncogenic
presenta, y
Institute,
que lo hicimos en
department of the
colaboración
Institute,
con
and we did this
cinco
in
centros de
collaboration
atención
with
primaria de
5
la comunidad
primary
Huacho.
care facilities of the
Bueno, para
Huechuraba
contextualizar un poco qué es el virus papiloma,
municipality.
este es un virus de
The
RNA
human
de doble
papilloma
hebra
virus,
circular
it's
y que acá yo les destaco
a
el gen
virus
L1, ya que
that
en
has
base a la
gene
homología de
L1
la
that I'm
secuencia
highlighting in the
RNA
screen,
son todos
and
los
due to this,
genotipos que nosotros
due to
conocemos.
it, those are
Es decir,
all of the genotypes that come
según
from
esta
L1.
homología,
So according
nosotros
to
tenemos una
this, we have
clasificación de
a
5 familias
classification of 5
filogenéticas, las cuales son
phylogenetic
alfa,
families.
beta, gamma,
These
mu
are
y nu.
alpha,
Estos
beta,
términos
gamma,
muy
mu, y nu.
conocidos
These
como en el
are
caso del
renowned
coronavirus, ¿cierto?
numbers,
Pero en el caso de
words
nosotros, el
known
principal es la familia
mostly
alfa,
because
ya
of
que en esta están
coronavirus.
incluidos los
Here, we're going to
genotipos que
focus
son
on
de
the
bajo
alpha family.
riesgo
These
y
are
de
the
alto
phenotypes
riesgo.
with the low and the
Los de bajo
highest risk.
riesgo son
The low
aquellos
risk are
que
the ones
desarrollan
that
burbujas, ¿cierto? Y
develop
son la ITS más prevalente
um,
tanto en Chile como en el mundo. Por
and these
otro
are
lado, los
prevalent
genotipos de alto
words.
riesgo son muy
And the
importantes para
high
nosotros,
risk
ya que en este
phenotypes are
caso
very important to us because in
desarrollan
this
no
case,
solamente el cáncer
these
cervical, que es el
develop
que
cervical
nos convocaba,
cancer, which is
sino
the
que
reason
como
of why
tiene
we're here
tropismo por el
today, but
endotelio
it has
adiposo, es capaz de
entropism
producir
on the
distintos tipos de
endothelium. It
cánceres.
can cause different kinds of
Mediante la
cancers
función de las proteínas
through the
oncogénicas P6
oncogenic
y 7.
proteins and
Eh,
6 and
Ahora,
7.
el cáncer cervicuterino
Cervix
tenemos que
uterine
controlarlo,
cancer
¿cierto? Y
needs to
para
be
poder
controlled, and
controlarlo
in order
tenemos
to
que
do so,
partir por
we
la
need to
infección.
start
¿Cómo
by
detectamos
thinking about the infection
el
and
genoma
how can we detect the
del virus
genome
papiloma?
of HPV.
Mediante técnicas de
We do
biología
so
molecular.
through
En Chile desde el año
molecular biology
2019 que se
techniques. In Chile,
implementaron
since
técnicas de
2019,
biología
we
molecular para
implemented
la
techniques
detección.
of
Sin embargo,
this
en el
for
Instituto
the
de Salud
detection of
Pública
this,
lo
but
realizamos
in the
desde el año
Public Health
2012
Institute, we have
y
been
la
doing so
comuna de
since
Huechuraba desde el
2012
año
and in
2014.
Huechuraba since
Ahora,
2014.
a pesar de
Now,
todos estos esfuerzos
despite
de
all of the
experimentación con la
efforts of
biología molecular
implementing
que
it
permite el
through molecular
diagnóstico precoz,
biology in order to have
aún
an
el
early
cáncer
diagnosis,
cervicuterino corresponde a la segunda causa de
cervical
muerte derivada del cáncer
uterus
en
cancer
mujeres de
is one of the
25 a
main
64
reason
años.
of deaths of
La
women
OMS se
between
puso como objetivo
up
la
to 65
disminución
years of
de
age.
incidencia de
The
4 casos por cada 100.000
WHO set
habitantes
the incidence
para
every
que la disminución de la
4 cases
mortalidad
every
por cáncer
100,000
cervicuterino
inhabitants, so that the
se
deaths
controle.
due to
El
this
problema es
cancer
que
can be controlled.
actualmente
The
la
issue here
incidencia
is
en
that
Chile es de un
currently
7,9 por
incidence in
cada
Chile
100.000
is
habitantes. Por
7.9
lo tanto,
every
estamos bastante
100,000
lejos de
inhabitants,
esa
so we
meta.
are very far from that goal.
Ahora, para que
Now,
se desarrolle el cáncer
in
cervicuterino
order to
tiene que
have
haber
cervical
una
uterus
infección
cancer, we need to
persistente.
have a
Por lo
persistent
tanto, el
infection.
proceso del
Therefore,
cáncer es
the
bastante
process of
largo.
cancer is
La
very
infección
lengthy. The
significa que
infection
hubo
means that
contacto
there
con el
was a
virus papiloma,
contact with
pero no
the papillomavirus,
necesariamente ocurre la
but that
enfermedad.
doesn't necessarily
Para que
mean
se
that the
desarrolle el
disease
cáncer
will
tiene
take
que
place. For a cancer
producirse
to
más o
happen,
menos
there
un
needs to
transcurso
be
de 15 a 20 años. Y en el caso de nosotros, que
it
trabajamos
happens in a
basado en
period of time
terapia
of
AS
15 to 20
convergente,
years. And in
nosotros
our case, where
solamente
we work
vemos
in
hasta la
ABS,
línea
since
punteada roja, es decir, mujeres
or
que
in this
todavía
case,
no han
type
desarrollado
of centers
enfermedad,
or facilities,
pero que sí
we
pueden
take care of
estar
women who haven't
positivas,
developed the
¿cierto?
disease that
Entonces acá
might be
tenemos
positive.
dos grupos de
And
mujeres,
here we have two
aquellas que
types
se
of women,
infectan,
women
es
that
decir,
are
entran en
infected
contacto con
and
el
that
virus
are in
papiloma,
contact
pero
with the
son capaces de
papillomavirus, but are
resolverlo. Y
capable
esta
of
es la gran
solving it.
mayoría de los casos.
And those
Alrededor
are
del
most
90% de los casos
cases. About
resuelven la
90% of the
enfermedad en un
cases
promedio
solve
de 6 meses a 2 años.
this
Sin
disease or
embargo,
get
hay un
better in
10%
that period of
restante
time, but there
el
is a
cual no tiene la
10%
capacidad de
that
resolver la
is
infección
incapable of
y esto
getting rid of the
desarrolla una
infection,
infección
and that
persistente, la
creates a
cual podría
persistent
derivar en
infection
un
that
cáncer.
might lead to a cancer.
Estas mujeres que ya
These
tienen transformación
women
celular,
that have
¿cierto?
already
Van
had
a ser
cellular
atendidas en atención
transformation
secundaria
will
o
be
terciaria,
taken
por lo
care
tanto
of in
nosotros solamente
secondary,
vamos a trabajar
tertiary
con mujeres
care, and
que
so
no
we're
están
only
enfermas.
going to take care of those women
Entonces
who
nosotros
aren't
en
sick.
Huechuraba estamos
in Huechuraba, we are working since 2014. From 2014 to 2024, we've had 10 years of studies of these women. And in this period of time, we have been able to test 7,727 women. From those, most of them have been tested just once. However, we had to do a follow-up to at least a 29% of that 80%. And why? Because they were infected with 16, 18, and 45 HPV. Those genotypes are from the algorithm of the detection of the papillomavirus detection. However, there is a very significant group that is about 30%, and we have been able to do follow-up to them, which means we have tested them from 2 to more samples. And for some, we have even 5 samples. These women that we were able to do follow-ups, we can obtain these two groups. A group that had a transitory infection and a group that did have a persistent infection. Therefore, here you can see the 190 women who had the follow-ups, and from those who were positive, we have two groups. How are we defining these two groups? Well, first, those that have the persistent infection, those are the women that have a positive sample of HPV and have at least a second sample that's also positive with that same genotype in a period longer than 2 years. Now, on the other hand, transitory infection is an infection where these types of women have a sample of positive HPV and have a second sample of HPV that's negative in a period less than 2 years, which means they got rid of the disease in this amount of time that I just mentioned. And so we have cases of persistent infections and others that are transitory, have transitory infections. And what's interesting to study about these two groups? The first thing that we did was to observe the frequency and the prevalence of the genotypes of high risks, and these are the ones that we're most interested in because of these can develop cervical cancer, and we wanted to see if these groups were different. We were able to see that the genotypes of HPV that were more prevalent in this group were genotype 16, 45, and then 58. And when we wanted to analyze if these were unique, sole infections caused by this genotype or other two or more genotypes, we saw that there was no significant difference between those two conditions. And it was actually more those that were caused by just one genotype. On the other hand, the women that had persistent infections, we were able to detect that the most prevalent one was genotype 16. However, we are seeing now a bigger differentiation of the prevalence of these other genotypes, being the second and third most frequent, 31 and 59. And in this case, we are able to observe a significant difference when we have a single or multiple infection. Therefore, co-infections are highly related to persistent or longer infections. Now, when we do an adjustment of the prevalence of the most frequent genotypes, in each case, according to the prevalence of the adjusted period of time, we were able to see differences. This means that in the case of transitory infections, those that were most linked to transitory infections were genotype 45 and 50, for number 45, 58, and for persistent ones is 33, 31, and 59. And it is very interesting because these three genotypes are highly related to the cervical cancer. And on the other hand, 59 that's associated to persistence and to long infections and co-infections is 59, and that's not included yet in any available vaccine in the market to control HPV. So what can we conclude from this study? The first is that the phenotypes that create persistence are necessarily the most prevalent, and on the other hand, that there are differences between the genotypes associated to transitory infections versus those that are seen more in persistent infections. And persistence is more related to multiple than unique infections. And we said, okay, now that we have identified the genotypes and now that we have identified the populations, what can we study? After doing so, we established a project that was applied for those projects of financing from the Ministry of Science, and the goal was to study the viral load, the genetic markers of susceptibility of women affected with HPV, persistent HPV of high risks. And there are several aspects here that are related to this persistence risk, and we selected those that we can study. And on one hand, we selected the genotypes that were more related to persistence, and on the other hand, we know which ones are more related to diseases, and we know, and recent studies indicate that the high viral load is related to persistence. And so we said, now that we have selected this genotype, let's measure the viral load and let's see if there's a difference between these groups. On the other hand, besides genotype, there's some lineage of each genotype that makes it more that relates it more to, it's related to that. And we want to study this lineage, and we want to study polymorphism of susceptibility of white genes that are associated to the control of it and persistent development. And currently we are doing this. We are working on that. We hope to give you this information soon. It's a very interesting result that we are going to obtain. So this is a work that we are developing that we will do this year and the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, from home. And we have space for one question, if there is one. So then, we would like to thank you and invite you to the next speaker. The next speaker is Maria de Los Angeles Spencer Sandino. She is from the Catholic University of Chile. She is going to talk about development of a diagnostic algorithm for steatotic liver disease in primary care. Thank you very much. I am going to show you the work that is part of my doctoral thesis. And to begin and put into context, Chile has had many demographic changes. We have been able to increase life expectancy, but it has also increased chronic diseases and risk factors, which reduces quality of life for the additional lives that we have. And comparing the last surveys, we have seen that cigar use has gone down and alcohol as well, and maybe even being sedentary, but we do have more diabetes, more people with high blood pressure, and are more. So we have obesity, and we can see that we could talk about the steatotic liver disease, which is the infiltration of a fat in the liver, is very prevalent in the world. 23-24% of the population has this NAFLD due to how it's said in English. And they say that due to the chronic disease increase, they think that it's going to be around 40% in Latin America, and Chile is not staying behind. In 2000, in a report in Santiago, with we have a prevalence of 23%, but in 2019, in the region of El Maule, we had 47.5%, which was very high. The steatotic liver disease has different stages. The first one, you can see a normal cut, that is the normal liver, with no infiltration of fat. And in the B, you can see the disease a little bit advanced, where 60 to 90% of the patients have up to this stage. And these white balls you see is the infiltration of fat, which has to be more than 5% to be able to say that we have this state. So when we go forward, a fatty liver, and now to be able to reach the NASH level, NASH, you can see this cut. You only not only the fat infiltration, but there's also fibrosis. And in this disease, which 60 to 90% is usually pretty, it's not severe. Only 25% of these patients can develop cirrhosis, which is the more severe, and this can also highly develop cancer. It is highly probable that they can develop cancer. So we have the different diagnoses. The gold standard is a biopsy, which is histological, and that is not recommended for all of the patients. And it also has high cost, around 300 or more thousand pesos. But it is not even the best screening method to begin with. We also have the imaging, which is less expensive, like MRI or computer TAC, the CT scan. They're expensive and they can cause radiation for the patient. That's why the so we have the ultrasound is the best one, and we also have the fiber scan, which is the one you can see at the bottom, which not only measures the steatosis but also elasticity of the liver. And the serological, which on their own are not capable of diagnosing, and that's why we don't take them in consideration as the only method for diagnosis. So why do we have to cross this information? Because this is asymptomatic, it is silent, therefore it is usually associated to like that they found it is a accidental finding. They come for a problem with the heart and they find that they have fatty liver. And also the intervention at the beginning is not invasive. It can be with diet and with exercise, and that can reverse it. However, the problem is when it goes advancing, and once it is in a more advanced layer, they have to lose up to 10% of their body weight, which we all know is very difficult, and other type of treatment which are much more invasive. And to be able to diagnose and for screening, they use different algorithms. As for all diseases, we do have different algorithms for fatty liver, different from other maybe diseases. You have the enzymes, platelets, maybe some there is the BMI, for example, but they measure more fibrosis. The only one that measures steatosis is the fatty liver index, and that has to have high sensitivity. Sometimes you have to lower the sensitivity to be able to detect the positive in a better way. So the purpose of our study was to have early detection of this fatty liver through accessible technologies, and to be able to apply it to primary care. So where we did this in the Mauco, that's the cohort, which is in the region of Maule in Molina. There you can see it on the map. And why did we start there? Because of the high risk that they have and the high amount of people with a fatty liver, and also the high rate. And that we have been following 9,462 patients between 30 and 70 years of age. In 2021, we started an intervention study that is called Mogomas, where we could see how changing small things in their lifestyle, for example, diet and exercise, we can fight diseases like fatty liver and cardiovascular diseases. And thanks to that, we took this sample, which included patients, men and women between 45 and 60 years of age, who had no impediment to be able to carry out physical activity, no physical reason why they could not do moderate exercise. And from there, we have 426 participants, in which we have an intervention group and a control group. They all went through, we carried out to see how their health status. We had a sonogram or an ultrasound. We have the different biomarkers, and we measured the anthropometry and the waistline and other things to be able to see, to do a follow-up afterwards. So they went with standard of care with the same indications with that the intervention team, but the one group had nutritional intervention and exercise, and the other one did not. We have different measurements of the different parameters because we followed both groups during, it's going to be now 4 years. So we took those 426 parameters, and we have the FibroScan, which is this technology that I showed you that measures steatosis and the fatty liver as a gold standard. So we created two predictive models. One of them is based on ultrasound, and the other one is based on metabolic mention. We carried out a logistical regression, stepwise selection, and a manual selection, and then we validated that sample. We had this from the algorithm. First is the predictive without ultrasound. As you can see, these are some parameters like sex, age, BMI, different blood work that we know that are available now in primary care in the community. And we carried out another predictive model where we only placed age, sex, the ultrasound, and insulin to improve the prediction of the ultrasound. All of this, it was compared with what is used today in the clinic, which is the fatty liver index. What we obtained was the first one, which is only with the ultrasound. We came high sensitivity of 80.1.1% and with the ultrasound 91.5% of sensitivity and 71.4 specificity. And compared to what we use today, both algorithms are more sensitive and more specific. And also the good thing is that they are made in Chilean populations, not like the other algorithms that are made out of European or North American populations or Asian. Here you can see in the curve, in the ROC curve, you can see the comparison with the sensitivity in the algorithms according to what we have. The red one is the fatty liver index. The blue is our model without the ultrasound, and the green is with ultrasound. And here you can also see that we can compare once again about the sensitivity and specificity is better than, much better than what we could obtain. So we come to the conclusions that not only do we develop two predictive models successfully using our Chilean population to be able to see those who have high risk of developing a fatty liver, and the model with the ultrasound is even more sensitive and specific. That corroborates the importance of this tool. We know that the ultrasound has its limitations, but it's very important for screening. And we also developed the model in the Chilean population, and we hope that in the future we can implement this kind of model in programs that are established in primary care to be able to improve and identify the patients that are high risk in a much more easy way. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta, por favor.
I wanted to ask, what is the training or what professional carried out the ultrasound? Was that standardized previously, or did you go through the traditional way of carrying out ultrasounds in the places that you were evaluating? Because there can be a differentiating factor. The ultrasound was carried out by the same person, the FibroScan and also the ultrasound. She is a medical technologist, specialist in radiology, but she was also being supervised by a radiologist, and she was trained by her, so they would discuss each one of the exams. And she was also trained and was retrained every so often to ensure this, because this is a technique that is very dependent on the operator. So we could have subestimations more possible than overestimations. Thank you very much. So now we have the last presentation. Nicolás Fernández del Río, the Department of Engineers in Computer in the University of Magallanes, and the title of his work is called
una susceptibilidad antibiótica,
Antibiotic
detección antárticas y detección de
and
multiresistencia. Por
Detection of
favor,
Multi-Resistance.
adelante.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. What I am sharing, what I will share today are the preliminary data of my thesis of the Masters of at the Magallanes University. I studied in UTEM, and this is a study called antibiotic susceptibility for subantactor bacteria and detection of multi-resistance. As we know, the RAM is the antibiotic resistance in environmental. It's something that's well known, and we see this happens in drugs for humans and animals. But now we've seen multi-resistance for in pristine environments such as the Antarctica. And this suggests that this isn't something related only with to anthropogenic reasons. So it's important to surveil from up close, and the need of studying this is to understand these resistance, specifically in these types of environments. This is a strain, subantarctical strains that were isolated from the Torres del Paine National Park, a park located in Magallanes in the Chilean Antarctica, and it includes subantarctic climate where it's cold throughout the year, through every season, with a lot of rain, with snow and hail. There's a lot of wind, with wind gusts of 35 kilometers per hour in an area where there is lenga and water from coming from glaciers and from soils known as turberas, very humid soils with a lot of organic matter. The goal of my thesis is to characterize these resistant genes of multi-resistant bacterial strains, and to compare those with the bacteria of pathogens in humans or inside the hospital bacteria. And what I am sharing with you today is the susceptibility to these antibiotics and the identification of the entire genome through nanopore technology, third generation technology, and lastly, everything that has to do with the bioinformatics. My master is related to that, so that's why I'm working on it, and it has to do with the assemblage and the refining of the data, genotypification, among others. The hypothesis is that the pathogenic bacteria or subantarctic bacteria have a high resistance to different kinds of antibiotics, and that happen without anthropogenic activity and without the exposure to humans. The methodology is the sampling of different lakes of the park. We have the Gray Lake, the Peoe Lake, Amarga Lagoon, and Maravilloso Lake. To do so, we use steriles, we use sediments from the lakes, we transfer that in cold, we transfer that in slow speeds, and we isolated the samples in this diluted mean. We did an analysis of the antibiotics while using the discs and following the indication of CLSI. And in order to consider this resistant strain, we need to know that this should be resistant to 3 or more kinds of antibiotics. As I was mentioning, we use different antibiotics that belong to 18 groups that were tested, and the results were after isolating more than 45. We isolated several strains. I'm just getting started with 45 of these strains, and we saw a multi-resistant strain in 20 of them. There were some that were gram positives and others gram negatives. For the presentation of the data, I did this heat map where each square represents the halo of inhibition that was generated in this test and in this trial. And to consider a multi-resistant strain, the halo should be less than 15 millinewton. And so that it is simpler and easier to understand, I created this map, a tree map, where we can see that most of the resistance occurred after depending on the strain or the multi-resistant strain, and these were related to the antibiotics of multiserina and ampicillina as well, or acefalotina. To express the results, I did a pattern of susceptibility based on the frequency and the total amount of strains, and the distribution is similar. We observed more resistance in the ampicillina, cephalosporina, and the acid described on the screen, and the ones that had the higher susceptibility had were the cephastidema, and those are the higher spectrum. As a summary, the total 45 strains we analyzed, we can see that most of them were resistant to amoxicillin, ampicillin, and cephalotin, and with analytic acid. And from those 20 strains were multi-resistant. 4 of these were Gray Lake, 3 from Peoe Lake, 8 from Amarga Lagoon, and 5 of the Maravilloso Lake. Of a total of 20 MDR strains, we identified 7 gram negatives and 13 gram positives. And cefepima, imipenem, kanamycin, doxycycline, these are high spectrum antibiotics. As a conclusion, there is a resistance, uh, and this is an antibiotics that isn't highly used because bacteria tend to produce resistance to this. And the multi-resistant strains, the highest one was seen in Laguna Gamarga and Lago Maravilloso Lakes, and that can be a trend that we're observing. And the highest prevalence of MTR in gram-positive bacteria, it is something also interesting to discuss. These results are preliminary and suggest a trend, as I just mentioned, but we're just getting started. I'm just getting started with isolating all of this, and the amount is very low, so we need to dig deeper. And the second part of my thesis that I couldn't explain because of the time, that is related to the sequenciation and genome analysis. And the results highlight the need of studying these extreme environments and do a constant follow-up in order to understand the resistance to the antibiotics and from the anthropogenic point of view. Thank you very much to the collaborators of the University of Los Lagos, Magallanes, and I have been working with them since I started working on my thesis, and director of the Department of Chemistry of the University of Magallanes, Dr. Roberto, who is in charge of the Masters in Informatics, and director of the Department of Computing, and to my classmates that I supported in their thesis. And thank you, and I will come back with the second part of the presentation. Thank you, Nicolas. Any question? Yes? Of course. What you show is very interesting, specifically in those extreme and pristine areas. Were you ever able to see the presence of migratory fauna in the area? I didn't take the sample, my teacher did so. And in the park, as we see, there's a lot of pumas, guanacos, other kinds of rodents, we have condors. It is very likely that the fauna in the area, yeah, have migrated. Yeah, that's important whenever you do the conclusions, because if you have migratory birds in the area, and specifically in summertime during the year, the warmer time of the year, those birds migrate to that area, and they have traveled several kilometers, and these are stay near urban areas, waste dumps, and that might be determining the resistance it has. What's good about it, and what you mentioned, is very important to consider. And there are also some studies that describe that in environments such as the Antarctic environment, some birds could transmit these diseases, but they realized that the birds were not in the animals, and the resistance was most in the environment and not in the animals. And that was interesting, and I want to understand if there is a correlation between that. Were you able to determine species, and we just send them to analysis? It would have been great to present them. Yeah, that would be important, because the standard of CLCI are focused on the centers of the bacteria that have between a peak between 35 to 37 degrees. So the phenomenon of resistance is related to bacteria that work in that temperature, and that's a factor that should be considered and pay close attention to it, because I'm pretty sure the sequencing of the entire genome will give us the answer of the mechanism of the resistance and the transmission of the resistance. All right, thank you very much for the question. With that, we conclude our day with zoonotic diseases and vector-borne infections. You are all welcome for tomorrow to come to our next day of conference with health and climate change. Thank you.